I do like to start just as a reminder for us with this quote from John Alexander, who ran a school for kids with dyslexia for many years, that good reading instruction is good reading instruction, coupled with really thoughtful complementary spelling instruction. And this is one of the things I did a full day in training in Vancouver a couple months ago. And I was so happy at the end when we did, hey, what was your big takeaway? And many people said, Erin, you're not going to be surprised by this. Many of you also, teaching reading through writing. That's going to be the big takeaway. That I hope that's the one thing I really convey more than anything, is to teach reading through writing. So I did put the attendance form in there. If you've seen new people come in, please help make sure that gets reposted, and anything else that we need along the way as we work together. I do know that we have at least one person who has never been with us before, so we will just make sure we take enough time to get to know each other, as well as how we work together and support each other throughout this process. Speaking of supporting each other, these are some guideposts that I try to use. And if there are any places where you see that, hey, it could use a blank blank, please let me know. I'm happy to take input, and we're all imperfect. And so I'm always looking for support and aid. And I think we help each other. If there's something that I started doing these particularly because I did a training like a half an hour in or an hour in, somebody said, it hasn't been anything practical. And I thought, everything I've been doing is practical. Okay, I need to be more explicit. I love watching Erin's face because you've been with me a long time. So this is my effort to be more explicit so that people see things the way I see them, or at least what I want people to see. So again, if you see something that you'd like to help call attention to, please let me know. This tinyurl.com explicit literacy instructions icon or QR code, if you prefer to, I can go grab the link, which is easier for you. And this is my Google Doc of all the resources I collect that are, most of them free, low cost materials that we use for all the classes I teach. And you'll notice, so here's a Zoom link for all the classes. I don't know I hope this link will still work to take you to our flyer. And today we're talking about sound symbol correspondences, so we can jump down to see all of the materials. And when it says stuff in the Google Drive, those are what you see here on the handouts. That I have a Google Drive of ADA compliant handouts that are shareable. You can print them, you can take them with you. Activities will be opportunities to engage, whether it be through chat box or through annotating, or to put you into breakout rooms to talk to each other. We may have a small group today, which will be a lot of fun. We can really get deep into some of the nitty gritty, especially because this topic is huge. And this is probably the big one. This is the one that kids struggle with, is sound symbol correspondences. So those are some tips and guides. Before we get started, it looks like I took out no, I didn't have I was gonna say, did I take out my land acknowledgement? I have these switched. I do start with a land acknowledgement as well as a racial injustice acknowledgement, because I want us just to think about justice. I mean, I'm going to put a resource in the chat box, and because reading is justice. I actually ought to share the movie link to The Right to Read. And I encourage you, if you haven't seen that, to take a look at that movie. I can pull up a website for it, because it's The Right to Read is very powerful, and it's a strong movement that's really focusing on reading as a social justice issue. And it was Ennius Cosby who told, so one of the leaders in this movie, actually they're not showing him, is Kareem Weaver, who he works with the NAACP, and he's really, I just saw an article about him yesterday, trying to change reading practices in California, and particularly in Oakland, that's his home. And he actually went to school with Ennius Cosby, and they were both studying education. And one of them, I think, was studying special education. I think it was Kareem Weaver. And when he talked to Aeneas said that about his passion. Kareem Weaver was really passionate about the school to prison pipeline. And Kareem was, and Aeneas said, yes, but as a dyslexic, I'm already in prison. So this is so powerful. This is really our social justice thing, that we want to make sure that we don't forget the racism, the trauma, everything that's going on. And we really want to commit to working toward dismantling systemic racism and disrupting ableist structures. So it's that connection of racism and ableism, I think, that we really need to support and work on. So resources, and if you have any others, please feel free to share as we continue our learning journey together. And this is another, that is our land acknowledgement. I have a colleague who works with a land and labor acknowledgement, and I think that that's an interesting concept as well. I really liked that recognizing the community and where we are and what came before us, so that we understand the history of where we are. So if you know where you are, feel free to put it in the chat box if you'd like. I also put in a resource on finding where your lands are, the native land maps for you. I see our attendance number has changed, so I'm also going to put the attendance link in there. Okay, we do have a prior knowledge that we're going to do, and I'm going to give you some individual work time for just a moment. But before we come back, I actually realize I don't like the order of this today. I want us to talk about the goals and agenda first, and then we're going to come back to this. So our goals today is really looking at that alphabetic principle and its role in literacy acquisition, and to feel comfortable with some of the common sound symbol correspondences of English and how to teach those in a way that's systematic, cumulative, explicit, and diagnostic. And there are a lot of resources toward this, because this is really the area where our kids with dyslexia struggle, is connecting the symbol to the sound. Now, we say it's based on the phonemic awareness because your phonemic awareness is what helps kind of glue those sound and symbols together. First, you have to recognize what those sounds are, and you have to be able to pinpoint how those change. So for example, if I change the word clash to crash, it's just one sound, that ul or the r. And then how those are represented in print. So phonemic awareness plays a really, really strong role in it, but this is where what it comes out looking like. This is where the struggle is. So this is what we see based on the struggles in with phonemic awareness. So we're going to talk a bit about the why, those definitions and understanding of that alphabetic principle. The what are those common sound associations, and then the how is some common spelling conventions and teaching tips. And when then we'll have a closure where we wrap things up. So these, I have a link for you of the handouts that I mentioned are in a handout folder. So hopefully that'll work for you. Okay, so these are the times that are planned. I don't have an alternate one. Maybe I'll take a look and see if it's hidden. It is. So I always give every group a choice, whether we have an hour lunch, as you see here, between 11:45 and 12:45, and finish at 4, or if the group would prefer to have a half-hour lunch and finish at 3:30. So I'll give you a moment. I'm seeing a thumbs up to that second. Is there anyone who cannot do a half-hour lunch and really needs to stick to the original schedule? A couple of things are coming in feedback on that. Everyone's saying yes to 3:30. I'm finding that's almost always kind of. I see one full hour lunch request. Lena, we'll do a soft start and we'll record. Would that work for you? I'm trying to see where we also need an hour. Okay. I think what was advertised was an hour. So what we will do is I will do a soft start and a soft end, so that we can be trying to accommodate everyone and kind of giving people some things to do and to work on, so that we'll have a little bit, maybe we'll kind of squish it. So rather than a full half hour or full hour, we'll do like maybe 45 and try and get down at 3:45 the latest. So we'll do some squishing on either side for everyone. Okay. we'll definitely have recordings, so make sure everybody gets those pieces. Okay, so the Zoom tips, I'm not going to worry about. Well, I'll go ahead and do the Zoom tips. I'm going to do a few. We'll come back to the activity in just a moment. Let's first talk about how we work together. I think Brooke and Lena, you're in the same room. Oh, Garfield Olympia School District. Okay, I'll fix that for you. So I do ask that people rename themselves and put their district name. I think it's helpful for us to see where you come from. And anybody who struggles or needs help with that, please let me know. I think it just gives us some context as you're sharing. So in order to do that, you go to the participants and you, oops, went too far. When you click participants, this will come up. The unmute button is right there for anybody to unmute at any time. You are muted upon entry, but please feel free to unmute at any time to join in the conversation. And then the reactions button is where you find the raised hand icon. The middle ones I think I took away because those were, I don't use them. Feel free to use reactions, the raised hand, annotations. Annotations you get to by, thank you, Danielle, by going to the view options here, and it will give you when you click there, you'll see an annotation option. And for most versions, it isn't usually this toolbar anymore. It will be vertical, and I don't have a screenshot on this one, but feel free to give that a try and see. It gives you a vertical toolbar that has most of these same things. It might look a little different now. The mouse is now a little arrow, and you can, down at the very bottom, there are 3 lines where you can unclick docking it so you can move it wherever you want to. So those are our ways for you to write on the screen and engage. And either is even a vanishing pen, so you can highlight something and then it'll just disappear. Okay, so that's for working together. And I have a couple other tips and highlights. One, I want us to think about the beliefs of my teaching and learning organization, and you can highlight or stamp ones that stand out to you. I changed the colors already to things that were important to me. And I also shifted them a little bit. So for this one, it used to say building relationships with students. And while of course that's important, I shifted it to building relationships. I took out the with students because these relationships are important too. The relationships we have with each other, with our fellow educators, with our communities, with our families. It takes a village. We need to all be working together to impact positive change and to work toward a better future. So I'm just going to give you a moment with this, and I will help change a couple of names as that's going along. Let's see if anybody needs help with that. Oh, I think that, oh, Danielle, that was a land acknowledgement. Thank you, not your where you are. Alyssa, do you need help putting your district name?
Sorry, I can do it.
Okay, great. Just checking. Looks like we've had another participant, so I'll grab the attendance form.
Alicia,
Mm-hmm.
are we good with the OLL/VPS? Does that
Sure.
make sense? Okay.
I don't know what the OLL is, but the VPS is Vancouver. So
Right.
what is the OLL, Rebecca?
It's Our Lady of Lourdes through the Archdiocese of Seattle. So
Oh,
I
okay.
work for both.
Oh, well, good for you. I mean, I hope that's not stressful. Hopefully,
No, it's
a fun
good.
adventure. All right, thanks, Rebecca. Okay, it looks like someone's added a check mark there. For me, one of the things that I like to draw attention to, for me, particularly here, is the growth mindset. That there's always more to learn. And there's, oh, I thought I had the disappearing one. That's okay. And really the quality teaching thing here is that research says again and again that you are the most important element in the classroom. The materials are helpful, but if you don't know what to do with those materials, they're not helpful. So it's really you and your knowledge that makes the biggest difference. Okay. And then one last thing before we get into that opening activity. Whoops, let me clear my own as well. Thanks, Danielle. I'll clear all drawings. Is how we work together. So I do ask that you stay engaged. do ask that you listen to learn, that we share openly, because we can't learn from each other if we're not talking and sharing. The expecting and accepting non-closure is the constant lifelong learning. That use technology, do what you need to do. I'm spoiled, I have 2 screens, but it's not always the case, so I totally understand if you don't. Let me know if you need help. And then, of course, most importantly, give ourselves and each other grace. People have already been telling me I'm multitasking, I'm having to do different things. Lisa, I'm jealous that it looks like you have only this to do, because you're looking so that's wonderful. Those of us who can be with us right now, that's a fantastic. Okay, so I'm going to jump back to, no, I'm going to go, but we'll do the other activity after our getting to know each other. So instead of doing the Mentimeter, we're just going to do it in the Jamboard. I'm going to put in the Jamboard link, especially since we're such a small group, that I'm going to ask, what is your role and where are you from? So we're going to do a little bit of who's in the room, and I'm going to show you, here's the Jamboard. I'll do a little tour of it for you. If you haven't used Jamboard, I'll do a little tour on that. So if you haven't, well, we're not going to be able to use it for that much longer. It's going away, but I'm going to use it while I can, because I find it's a great way to anonymously and share out and join and things. So the activity we're going to be doing is 3 through 5 in a moment. Frame 2 here has a parking lot. I think this is wishful thinking on my part. My kids really want the snow. And then we also have on frame 6, see a couple of you have jumped over there already. And actually I can move it closer if we want to, but it looks like people are getting there, so we don't need to. Julia's already knowing. Thank you, Erin, for putting your role as well. So I'm going to, as you can see, as a model, I'll change the color, and I'm going to put ESD 113, and you all know me and my role, so I'm just going to save that. It's going to allow me to do another one unless I cancel, and then I'm going to have to find it under here and move it to the Olympia. There are going to be a lot of us in the Olympia area today, so that's fine. Lisa, I think you mean Olympia, right? In which case you'd be down here in the purple. Oh, Lisa, where are you from? Oh, Olympia. Okay. I was gonna say, we have somebody from 171 today. So, South Kids South. So thank you, Pasco. Yay! Thanks, Melissa. It's always fun to see where people are joining from. LRC, is that Learning Resource Center, Kim? Looks like somebody has to put it in dot.
Yeah, it is, but I'm having trouble moving it. So
you just grab it. And where are you?
I did try to grab it. It just didn't want to go. I'm young.
Yeah, with that's right, with Erin.
Yeah. Yep.
It's yeah, we can't fit all the yums in the purple, so we get the idea. Close enough. I don't know whose that is. I'll go ahead and move that for us. All right, so have some fun with that. Thank you. How do we write? Natasha, see over here, there's this toolbar on your left. You click the sticky note and you can write your thoughts or whatever, and it's going to let you keep doing them and keep doing them unless you click cancel, and then you can grab it and move it, delete it, duplicate it, etc. All right, thanks for sharing, and I look forward to learning more about what you do and what brings you here. And while you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce myself before I knew it. There was at least one person who has not taken any of my classes who's with us. And just to give you a little background about why I do what I do. So, because it informs where I am, and I will say that I have people who, when I used to teach higher ed, my students would sometimes be scared that I would expect them to know as much as I do when it comes on the quizzes. It's like, no, I've been doing this a long time. I recognize that we're all at different places in our learning. So my past, I did not start with Chartwell in 1983. I started at Chartwell in 2001. But I originally thought I was going to be a high school English teacher. And then I thought I was going to be an ESL teacher. So those were my preparations. But when I worked at Chartwell, which is a school in California for kids with dyslexia, some of our kids were district funded. And so I needed to get my special education endorsement. And of course, I love academia. I went from there to teaching special education I was at, that's an elementary, and then I went to middle and then to high in special education, and kept going and got my doctorate in special education. And 10 years after I started at Chartwell, though, my daughter, the one in the middle, was born. And in the meantime, I had learned about the high heritability of dyslexia. And I had learned that it's in my family. So I watched both of my children very closely. My son does not have dyslexia. He has autism, but my daughter does. And so we've had our own journey. I've now been on both sides of the IEP table, both sides of the 504 table. And I'm happy to speak about her journey at any point in time. But most importantly, I think that community is really where we gain our strength is from each other and from our connections. And I want everyone to know that we are not in this alone. So, like I said, I look forward to getting to know everyone a bit more, but I'm going to put you in breakout rooms to, yes, I will definitely put attendance link in again. We're going to take a moment for you to get to know each other and have a pre-test, kind of not a pre-test, but filling in a graphic organizer on our prior knowledge. So this is from an activity. It's called the RAN, unfortunately, because some of us use a RAN assessment. This RAN stands for Reading and Analyzing Nonfiction. It's by Tony Stead. And what we're going to be doing is I'm going to give you a moment to fill out some of your frames. And also then just chat about it. I'm going to give you just a moment on your own while I make the breakout rooms. And you're going to be using sticky notes. So I'll go to the Jamboard and show you these frames. But if you were to do this with your students, what I love about the sticky notes is then you can move them. And so we're really going to be focusing on the what I think I know, and then the wonderings at this point. Then later, we'll move our stickies from what I think I know to either confirmed or misconceptions. So I'm going to go to the Jamboard and take us to those frames. So you'll notice here is the what I think I know that we can later move to confirmed or misconception. And we have the I wonder here if you'd like to add those as well. And then later on, we can have a place for our new learnings. So I'm going to give you a moment to just do some private reflection time. And then we're going to go into a breakout room for you to be able to talk to each other and get to know each other a little bit and kind of talk about what you put on this form. So I'm going to stop sharing it so that you can go do that anonymously. And I'll give you a moment. Yes, Joe. You're muted still. You're muted still, Joe.
I had the Jamboard in front of you, so I couldn't tell. Is the question for prior knowledge just about the RAND or about
No.
sound correspondence? What's the question?
Today's topic. Thank you.
The whole topic. Okay.
Today's topic, the sound symbol correspondences. So our prior knowledge about, I'll go back to our agenda so that people, the goals. What do we know already about these? And I can share this actually while you were in your breakout rooms too, if you'd like. I'm going to change these settings so that multiple participants can share simultaneously. And this way you can think about these are our goals. What do you already know about these? Or what do you think you know? And what I like about what do I think I know is that it's more, you can test our hypotheses instead of standing on this, this belief to die on. All right, so I'm going to give you a quiet moment to do some reflection while I make breakouts. Oh, great, thanks. Is that Lena or Lena?
It's Lena.
Lena, okay, good.
Yeah, thanks. Our group was wonderful, a lot of skilled teachers coming in and just sharing just the sense of just feeling overwhelmed with the workload and the lack of support and learning abilities and disabilities. It's kind of a twisted term, but just to nail it, just a lot of struggles and teachers just kind of going, what is this? Me personally, as a 24-year teacher veteran, I've never seen so many kids in third grade who cannot read. And I need to stay coachable and revamp what I know when I come in, and I can just say, okay, well, I'm just staying savvy and really trying to catch it. I did read an article recently that our government looks at third grade data and really can like project how big they need to build their penitentiaries based on how many kids can and can't read or cannot read. That's scary. I don't know
I
if that's.
I knew where you were going with that. I've heard that too. Yes, it's scary and it's so important whether what we're doing. I mean, we change lives. We rewire brains, and it is, as teachers, it is extremely scary and it's important work. I've got a lot of new stickers from Really Great Reading. They sent them to me for Christmas. I empower kids through reading, and what we're doing is we're changing kids' brains. So thank you for sharing, Lena. How about another group? We had, I can tell you how many. I pulled that list back up. Breakout rooms, we had 5 groups.
I'll share.
Thanks, Jen.
Yeah, our group was had 2 paraprofessionals in it and 1 special ed teacher, and then myself, who's a stay-at-home mom, but also a substitute in the district. And I just thought it was really great that we have paraprofessionals that are coming to these trainings, because so often they're the ones that are really doing the lessons with a lot of our special ed students. And so I just applauded them for making the extra effort to come to these, because, you know, they really should get a lot of the training, and they're often overlooked when it comes to teaching our special ed students. So I just thought that was great. And I think all of us were just eager to come and learn. And sounds like some school districts kind of are maybe just sticking with the old school, and others are eager to push forward and get the latest and greatest. So it's kind of a mix of where different school districts are at in terms of what they're willing to fund for dyslexic training or curriculums for students. So
It's Jenna, very, very true. When I go back and I look at the map, and it's all over the map. We are all over the map, and we keep working. And in fact, it's funny, I think we had 68 people signed up today, and you can see we have fewer than 20. We have a lot of work to do, and we have a lot of opportunities. We'll put it that way. A lot of opportunities to spread the word, and I'm realizing I need to do more for advertising and get the word out. So, and I look to all of you for help with that as well. Go ahead, Melissa.
Yeah, I'll be careful with my word choice here, but I'm really passionate about getting this into my district. I don't work for the district, I work outside of it in private practice, and had a recent conversation with the special ed director at my district, and they said, well, I teach our special ed educators 30 hours of structured literacy Orton Gillingham training. I was like, that's awesome, you know, that's fantastic. And she said, they don't need to know anymore. And I said, have you seen that there's these ongoing OSPI offers these trainings? And she said, well, my people wouldn't need that because they've done my 30 hours and they don't need to know anymore. She kept repeating herself. And I was just so devastated, and also like, oh yeah, this is why the movement isn't happening here. It's because of that mindset of like, they checked a box. Like, we did structured literacy training for a half day for K through 3. We're good, we're done. And it just breaks my heart because this is so important. And like, as much as I know, now I know I don't know all this other stuff. Like, it was just the tip of the iceberg, you know, and I could learn for my whole life on this kind of stuff. And I just really, yeah, it just hurts when I hear people say they're done learning and they are in powerful positions of leadership and don't want their people to continue on that journey. So.
Well, thank you for sharing, Melissa. I'm watching Erin's face because she is one of those leaders, and I know that Erin is, you know, it's a journey for us all, isn't it, Erin? And so I think that's I mean, Kelly Jo, you're in a leadership position too, right?
Well, the district kind of did away with some of that because they, you know, I think they have it figured out as far as getting some people trained in letters and things, but I just want them to realize that it's just learning is, you know, always continuing to learn. And one of the other gals in our group had mentioned that they were doing a book study on reading above the fray. And I just feel like book studies have kind of gone away in some districts where I don't know, it holds people accountable to continue their learning. And you can, I always appreciated a book study because you always had one person that never did the reading, but just by listening and engaging in the conversation, they were learning something, you know. It's like that one kid that's not going to do it for whatever reason, but they get it because they're surrounded by people who are, you know, feeding them the information. So that was cool that they were doing reading about the fray. I can't remember what district that was.
I'm gonna have to look. I'm not familiar with that book. I'll have to look into it. And I just ordered over $100 worth of books too. I gotta
Oh, that
keep
was
up.
Alyssa, I think, in Renton, right? Is it Alyssa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a really, I mean, for you, it would be kind of a very simple. It's very approachable for classroom teachers. It's all just about foundational literacy.
But I wouldn't say it was, I mean, I would say it's great though, too, because I told her I read it so fast, but it also is very applicable. Like you could turn around and do something in your classroom the next day, right? It's not, yeah.
Yes. And I
The other
appreciate
new book
Marcus.
that's similar to
can't-
that one is The 7 Mighty Moves. It's
Mhm.
a teacher wrote it, and
Yeah.
there's lots of application ideas.
Okay. Yeah, she was at the Reading League and signing books, and I haven't read that either. And if somebody has a recommendation, you know, I'll definitely look into it. And Marcus put into the chat box, we are all in leadership positions. Yes, of course we are, especially teachers, paras, everyone. We are all and we all have different spheres of influences. Shifting the balance, Erin, yes, and I think you know where I'm going with that. I have not read it myself. I have seen criticism about chapter 5, so I think that we all need to look at whatever we're looking at with a critical eye and keeping in mind the other things we know. Go ahead, Kimberly, and then we'll move on.
Yes, I was going to say, thanks, Melissa, for sharing. Although I just wanted to tell you, I heard a great story. So I have a friend who works at a district somewhere else, and they, for their special education group, they were able to receive a grant for their some of their 6 people to be able to go and get a master's in dyslexia training. So that school district is moving forward. And anyways, I just wanted to say that that's really nice to hear that, you know, we have a long ways to go, but it's a good story that someone's moving forward like that.
Movement is happening.
And in our school district, you know, they're providing training all the time. So that's really great as well, that, you know, I'm able to get that as a new teacher with all the training that I have. Yeah. And Erin's a good, big part of that. So, so anyways, there's some good stories out there that maybe we are going in a good direction in some places.
Well, you all give me hope. Thank you. Even though we're a small group today, I really appreciate you all. Well, so I love all the strengths that I'm hearing, and I love all of the positive input. And I think that this is going to be a fun day with a reminder for some, new information for others. And I hope that there's something new for everyone as well. So let's start with just a reminder of the strengths and struggles of our students. And I'm just going to bring this up quickly rather than one at a time so we can see it and talk about it. The nice thing about Zoom is I can annotate and highlight as I talk instead of having to have things appear. So let me move my annotation though for me. So when we talk about strengths and struggles of readers, notice too, if you've had this with me before, you might not have seen the addition that I have here, the emerging readers here, because yes, you need to be able to understand the words if someone says them to you. This is what's called the simple view of reading, is these two together multiplied. And I actually have that on the next slide. You need to be able to understand the words if someone read them to you or says them to you. That's our language comprehension. You need to be able to get the words off the page yourself. That's our word reading. And that's hence when, you know, I tried to make the colors match, where if you have a lot of red and blue together, that becomes purple. Your typical or your skilled reader who's able to do both of those things, get the words off the page and understand them. It's our dyslexic kids or our compensators. And frankly, I think compensator is someone who is dyslexic, but who has learned some compensatory strategies that they can get along without and not being noticed sometimes until the pictures go away or until the reading demands get higher in later elementary, middle school, high school, sometimes depending on how much those demands are and how many other skills they have. Those are often our twice exceptional who slide through the cracks and aren't really noticed until things get really, really tough. So here's the weakness in word reading for them. And then, of course, you also have those others who can read the words, but they really have no idea what they are. They struggle with how they're used together, the grammatical structures, the background knowledge, understanding language. And so then, of course, I added this emerging readers because these are both skills we need to grow. And we don't come to school with all of them. We come to school usually, especially if you're a native English speaker, with a lot of this, but you're still going to be growing that for the rest of our lives. And we're also growing this until it becomes that we can read or sound out anything, regardless of whether or not or we can attempt to sound out everything. It might not be the correct pronunciation. If it's something like epitome, which looks like epitome, you may not know the language origin, and that's where the complications lie. But I added this on the emerging readers to remind us that we all need to work on both of those skills as well. But if you're working with special education or with older learners who are struggling in one or more of these areas, this is a useful framework for looking at that. And at any time, feel free to raise your hand, contribute a question, make a connection for us, or add something into the chat box as well. Okay, so I mentioned the simple view of reading, and I like to share it this way. And a reminder that, oops, that's awfully small, sorry, that this is not static with a student, that you can be strong or weak in your language comprehension, depending on the passage's vocabulary or syntax. So what that means is that, as you can see, my daughter, she was at a much younger stage here. She had a lot of language comprehension, and as somebody who ended up with developing and showing her dyslexia, she was not yet word recognition. Look, she's even got the books upside down. She loved the idea of books. She loves stories. She still loves to listen to stories. But the concepts of words and how they go and which direction, that really hadn't sunk in yet. And as I started mentioning earlier, when I talked about teaching reading through writing, how do we help her with directionality? By writing. We teach that we read and write through the same direction, from top to bottom and left to right. So it's this reading and writing helps with the directionality as well. So this is that multiplication symbol that I mentioned on the last slide, that if either one of these is 0, your outcome is going to be 0. That's why we have a multiplication here. And the outcome, of course, is your reading comprehension based on these two. I kind of implied that the word, your language comprehension is going on forever. So this is a slide I made a while back to, I think, help illustrate that. Again, on the left-hand side, the kids coming to school with a lot of language comprehension, things they understand and know, and maybe a few words they recognize, especially if they're still in that emerging from that logographic stage where they look at a word because they know it, they've seen it so many times, and they recognize the shape of it, like they see the M for McDonald's, or they see a logo of something they're familiar with, like a Pepsi logo. So there are a few words, or maybe they see the word look and they see the O's and it reminds me of them of eyes. So there are a few words that they know, but then we need to be teaching them how to build more of those words until, as I say, their word reading is strong enough that their language comprehension really, it puts an upper limit on your reading achievement, even after your word recognition skills have been remediated in your poor readers. So I'll say that again, it's a quote from Louisa Moats, that your language comprehension places an upper limit on reading achievement, even after your word recognition skills have been remediated in your poor readers. This is key, is your understanding those words. You can sound them out, but if you don't understand it, you're going to be struggling. So this is where we often put our focus, because this is, you have to at least get here. But you need to be making sure that you're attending to this along the way as well. And I think that's where sometimes people struggle with the balance or worry about, this whole, remember the word balance literacy. This would be truly a balance, is making sure you're attending to both of them. But some people are not attending to one or the other. And this is where people criticize this or that, the other thing. We need to make sure we're building all of our kids' skills in every area. And yes, it's a lot of work, but they need us. As I don't know if it was Lena who mentioned the third grade reading scores. Our kids really need us, don't they? They need us to pay attention to all this. Yes, Melissa's saying those audiobooks and the reading aloud are so important. It doesn't teach them to read, but it teaches them to be ready for reading, and so that when they do read, they understand it. That's the crucial piece here. Yes, thank you. Okay, so we've talked a bit about dyslexia, and I'm going to ask for a volunteer to read this to give my voice a break. You'll notice I've changed a lot of these words to blue. I really should undo that because it's a lot. I highlighted to blue quite a while ago words that I think that are sometimes useful. I accidentally did a bean there, not a whole word, for us to kind of unpack. So after the person, whoever our volunteers to reads this, feel free to highlight and to kind of draw attention to any key words or phrases. Rebecca, are you volunteering? Awesome, go ahead.
Definition of dyslexia. Dyslexia means a specific learning disorder that is neurological in origin and that is characterized by unexpected difficulties with accurate or fluent word recognition and by poor spelling and decoding abilities that are not consistent with the person's intelligence, motivation, and sensory capabilities. These difficulties typically result from a deficit in the phonological components of language that is often unexpected in relation to other cognitive abilities. In addition, the difficulties are not typically a result of ineffective classroom instruction. Secondary consequences may include problems in reading, comprehension, and reduced reading experience that can impede growth of vocabulary and background knowledge.
I think that's what I have also with my.
Oh. I wondered if that was somebody else responding. Thank you, Rebecca. So as you can see, I highlighted a few that come up often in conversations I have. The first is disorder. People have asked why disorder, why not difference or difficulty? And I definitely embrace arguments I've seen toward let's just call it a difference, because why are we calling it a disorder, which feels like there's something wrong? And I do appreciate disorder rather than disability. I've had a colleague help me see that a disorder could be a wider spectrum that may or may not be severe enough to be considered a disability, a disabling condition, if you will. So it's just food for thought on whether we call it a difference or a disorder. But this is the definition that was adopted by Washington. Yes, Erin, I love the Texas Reads posters. Feel free to put the link in, and we'll make sure to share them. I love those posters. I also did the unexpected. I've seen people argue that and read that we need to stop calling it unexpected, because we can see this before kids approach school. Nadine Gabb can see it in her lab in babies. She says we can see it in the womb. You can see it in the families, in the history. So unexpected is I think a term that families may argue with and say, I mean, as you heard, I watched my children. I worried, and because I expected it to happen. I have a friend who is severely dyslexic and watched both of her daughters and expected one of them, was glad it was the one who got it because she had just a different attitude on life than the other. But it still is very hurtful because she knows how much pain she went through. So I think that that's another one to recognize. Unexpected, really? Perhaps. Not consistent, definitely. That intelligence I wish we would take out completely, because there really adds nothing to our diagnosis. It adds nothing to our information. Where I do find an intelligence test useful is someone who is fighting, or an IEP team who's saying, well, this kid doesn't have a learning disability because they're only looking at certain criteria. Whereas then I might look at the intelligence test and say, look at his story recall, or look at some of those subtests on an intelligence test you might not get in some of the other assessments that we do, like the Wyatt, the Woodcock, or the KTEA. Joe, you're mentioning about the disorder for funding support. I'd like to hear a little more, because in public schools, yes, we do qualify you as having a learning disability, in which case you can get an IEP, but you don't need a diagnosis for that. So are you talking about beyond school or in K-12, Joe, on that?
I was just thinking as a, in a discussion with IEP teams, and when looking at students who need extra support because of their impact of their reading issues, that it gives you a language. So you're not saying the student has a disability, but you're saying their reading is interrupted, right? So anyways, that's what I was thinking. So that leads to maybe qualifications for lap support or whatever.
You're right. I mean, even if you look at the form to qualify for a 504,
Right.
the IEP team determines that the kid has a disability. We don't need a diagnosis, but it's an IEP team, and not the IEP team, the 504, the evaluation team has to establish that there's a disability.
Right.
So they're not diagnosing, but they're establishing.
And because a lot of times when our students with dyslexia are not performing in a large group setting, in the big broadcast instruction of reading, there is a disruption in their ability to learn those letter sounds. So.
Exactly. And that's one of the qualifying criteria under the 504, is that whatever the disability is, it's impairing, it's creating a life impairment, and they've included learning as a life activity, and learning is one of those. Natasha's adding, and Natasha would know, she does assessments, that intelligence and testing can be important. I agree. Because if a child is intellectually, has an intellectual disability, it is not dyslexia. She refers students with intellectual disability, gets referred children who have an intellectual disability to rule out dyslexia for evaluation. You know, Louisa Moats would argue that if it doesn't matter your IQ level, you could still call it dyslexia if you're struggling with learning to read individual words. And I think that David Kilpatrick would as well.
Well, I understand that, but the thing is, the treatment's it's true that the reading you can teach in the same way. I completely agree, but the children need more services than that.
Yes, I would agree.
And that's not always happening, and that's why I think it's important.
Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say that regardless of what we call any of what our strengths and struggles we find in our students, and that's one of the reasons why, if we go back to that, this table here that you see, is I call it strengths and struggles, because regardless of what we call it, that's really what we need to be paying attention to, is what are their strengths and what are their struggles, and how can we help them move forward? Okay. Let's go into a little bit more depth on here. And I was giving you a reflect and connect about the definition of dyslexia. We're going to do a little bit more on this first, though. Add one more piece here on just the elements of the many strands that are woven into skilled reading. And again, this may be a reminder for some of you, and I know it may be new for some of you as well. And I'm going to give you a link where this comes from. This comes from well, this is found on the International Reading Association's website. But Hollis Scarborough sketched this out on a napkin one day. She didn't do the color. She usually bulks it adding colors. But to help us understand all the complicated factors that go into reading. And I wanted to draw our attention today to what we're paying attention is the decoding. It's really the alphabetic principle I mentioned. It's helping kids really identify what those words are. And of course, I thought that to lead to them to be able to recognize them automatically, the automatic recognition is our goal. Oh, the link doesn't work. Thanks, Erin. I have another. I will get us to in our structured literacy here. Reading the reading rope. Scarborough's reading rope. Let's try it. There we go. That one for you. Okay. All right. So, trying to think of how much chunk to give you before letting you talk again, because one of the process, I think I'm going to stop here because we're connecting here the decoding and the sight recognition to the struggles of our kids with dyslexia on that definition page. And I know that people often speak more in small groups than whole groups, so where this is a pretty good group for that, but I want to make sure that everybody has their opportunity to have their voices heard. So I'm going to do a smaller breakout. I mean, it's just smaller amount of time. It's like the SEAC, which is the Special Education Advisory Council for the state. I used to do that when I was in Oregon. And so we thank you for your service and time on that and advocacy for all of our students. So I'm just going to open up the floor for a little bit for anybody to have some processing verbally with us. If there's anything that we want to draw attention to or question or share before we move into the alphabetic principle. But I'd be happy to go to a different slide we've already looked at if somebody wants me to jump back to the definition of dyslexia, or if you want to be here. I just wanted to give people, particularly because of our heterogeneous nature of our group, give us time to go into small groups sometimes too. I hope you all had good conversations.
We had a really important conversation about sight, the word sight, and how that's can be confusing, because we want all words to eventually become sight words, right? Not just the ones that are not following the patterns. We talked about the danger of putting something like a goal in an IEP that includes a certain number of sight words, and how challenging that can be to like get on the same page with other people on the team. You know, and so I think you'll probably get to that later, but I think that word is a little bit of a trigger.
I am with you. I often bring that attention when we see this because I wish she hadn't used that term. And even though she's the one I think who said every sight, well, it was based on her work that Jan Wasowitz said every word aspires to be a sight word when it grows up. And frankly, as I learn more, I think it was you or somebody else said, the more I know, I don't know. As I learn more, I see the concepts of regular and irregular spellings as being not a complementary, I was just talking about these yesterday, complementary antonyms, but gradable antonyms. That there's a gradation. It's not a black and white, it's either regular or irregular, but it's degrees of regularity. And so I think that's, I agree. I think it's more useful to say what kinds of word patterns or, knowing, and even when you look at the standards, they talk about knowing all of these short vowels or knowing, different kinds of syllables. And so that would be much more concrete and useful, I think, than sight recognition. Alyssa asks about Nell Dukes in the active view of reading. I would, that's a very good question. Recognition of, thanks, Erin, recognition of words at sight. I think Nell Duke has some interesting points, but also I thought she was a little bit too critical of the simple view of reading. And I think that I think one of these two, either Goff or Tunmer, one of them's dead, but another one worked where Hoover and Tunmer responded to Nell Duke with a really nice expansion of their simple view of reading. And if you're interested in that, it's in my resource guide. I can share with you on that. Erin added that we talked about the strands themselves, how the word recognition is braided and the comprehension strand is twisted. And I think that's because those have to be more tightly woven. That I think that in the top one, it's going to be more variable depending on what you're reading. And hence you may have one or the other more important at different times. Whereas in the bottom, those need to be tightly woven in order to increase the automaticity. And I know I've seen a webinar where Hollis Scarborough talked about herself, why it's that, and I'd have to go back and look, and I don't remember what she has, but that's my interpretation. If I'd be curious of whether or not anybody else has a different one. Erin, you said you talked about that in your group. Did somebody have some highlight insights on that?
No, it's kind of similar to what you said.
Anything else anyone wants to add? You could stop me at any point in time. Okay. Just so we're on the same page, when I'm defining the alphabetic principle, and this has evolved, I think mostly this came from David Kilpatrick's, but I've added the parentheses myself through my learnings. And so what I really want to stress is the most important thing we teach kids is to recognize that what they see in print, well, I have it added here, speech is represented in print, imperfectly and yet predictably. I was on a book study recently where someone criticized a speech to print approach, saying that that's not how language works. And I was like, you're going to have to tell me more about this, because, and her point was thinking about words like where we don't have a concrete sound syllable correspondence, yacht, or sign with that silent G, or even the silent letters that we have multiple silent letters. Well, that's where the imperfection comes in. That's where you need to recognize more than the sound syllable correspondences. So that's when I hope I have my poem in here somewhere. It's hard to tell by looking at my list. But when we look at words, we're looking, it's so much more than just the sounds. What the letters represent sounds, but not exactly. Especially because, I mean, I remember that what my neighbor who has the dyslexic daughter, when I was working with her a few years ago, she did just fine if you gave her individual letters, and she knew what those individual letters represented. But as soon as you put two of them together and it made a different sound, whoop, she was gone. And so that's where this imperfection comes in. That, I mean, and there's so much more when you think about intonation. How on earth do you represent the difference between hi and hi and hi and hi? We can't represent those intonations in print. So that's again an imperfect. I mean, how do you represent and and huh? Those are things that we say that we don't have in print. So print and speech are different codes. And when what we put down, what we say, we can put down in print, but it's going to not be exactly the same. I mean, how many of you will say, I don't know, but you write, I don't know. Or you say, I'm going to the store, or I'm going to do that tomorrow. Notice how much I swelled that. I'm going to do that. But we will write, I am going to do that tomorrow. It's a different code. It's a different means of communication, and it has different rules to it. However, it is a representation of what I say. That's that those letters and letters patterns are representing the sounds of spoken language in an imperfect but predictable way. Notice how I have these colors, because the imperfection is what's challenging for our kids. The predictability helps. So we're going to look at this is crucial for the development of our phonological decoding skills. And it usually develops in this predictable sequence. We're usually learning our letter names first, our letter shapes, our letter sounds. Now, I will say I know programs who skip the letter names. However, kids learn their letter names at home. Think about the alphabet song. Think about, I mean, they may not necessarily connect them to the shapes and sounds, but they learned about the names. And there are definitely positives to learning that letter names, because that's the one consistent thing. They may have, let's look at how many different fonts we use. I mean, gracious, I think I have 2 different kinds of fonts right here. We have different fonts. We have different ways of creating these letter shapes. It could be small, it could be big, it could be very cursive, printing, Danielian, manuscript. And most letters represent many different sounds, but they all have one name. It's a concrete thing your kids can hold on to. So hence, I think that's one of the reasons why it usually develops that way, is because it gives them something to stand on. I've got this name. This isn't going to change. Okay, now this letter name, here's how it looks, and here's how it sounds. So we're going to be talking about all of that when we talk about the teaching part. But again, I can't stress this enough. Okay, so we have some understandings from research. These are prerequisites for acquiring reading successfully. And again, I know this is review for many of you, but we do have some people for whom this is new. We're all going to understand and support each other at different places. So number one, speech can be segmented, manipulated, and blended. This is our phoneme awareness, our phoneme proficiency too. So not just the awareness that we can do these things, but the fact that we can. So that's why I want to start adding the word proficiency as well as awareness, that I can do these things. Like not just I understand, but I can do it. I can play around with sounds, and I don't know if I have my pipe cleaners around here, but I can definitely get out this little bookmark here with the beads. So I can think about how many sounds are in a word, and I can change them and manipulate them and blend them together. Those different sounds and segments I can put down into print, and that those written spelling systems systematically represent the sounds, the phonemes of spoken words. That's the alphabetic principle, is that there's a regularity here and a consistency and something I can count on. Couple other things though, is that number one, kids are not born with these insights. I think this comes from Marilyn Adams. Some children discover this alphabetic principle prior to instructions, and others must be explicitly taught. I don't remember who it was. It might have been Lena. You were saying that you've got a lot of kids, third graders right now, who are struggling. Too often we assume that these kids are going to pick up this on their own, and too often they don't. Go ahead. You can add. I saw you on meeting.
No, thank you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Okay, sorry, I have a echoing here. I love this. I just feel, I wish I was able to create smaller groups and have support. And just because, like I'd mentioned, I don't want to repeat myself, but just every year we're just getting more and more kids who can't read. The kids who can't read have this, I don't know what else to call it. And it feels cruel, but it feels like learned helplessness. And I don't know where it's coming from. They just would rather, sit on their knees on their chair or crawl under their table and go, help, help, instead of really engaging and really showing grit. There just isn't that. And how do I teach that? How do I try to get them?
I mean,
and I know that's like mindset and stuff, but
no, and I want to hear from Kelly.
This learned helplessness is really impeding this learning that we're trying to do.
Yes.
So I would like to just speak to that learned helplessness. I wouldn't call it learned helplessness. I would call it feeling stupid and having to do something that's hard over and over again and never being successful. And so I think that's where that comes from, right? Like where kids have tried to do this and nobody's helped them along the way in the way that they need to be helped. And so it has caused more of, I don't know, depression, anxiety, of never really understanding. And so it's easier to play the game and have somebody just give them the answer instead of having to feel that embarrassment or shame again.
In reading, yes, I would say Kelly Jo, but I've also seen this in my own kids with, where does this go? Like putting dishes away. I'm like, you live here, try. I'm just so astonished that that I'm thinking, where do we go wrong? Or it also feels like a cultural thing right now where they just say, I don't know how, or I can't, versus I'm trying to train them and shift their language to, how about I try this? Or what do you think about me doing this? Like running by me their ideas and having an idea instead of just looking to me to tell them how to do things. Go ahead, Jo.
I was going to say too, that if it's your third grade class, that meant they spent their kindergarten year online, and some of them had parent support, some of them didn't. So there's probably lots of Swiss cheese in their instruction from just the initial sound. So I would think that there's going to be some of that as well.
Tremendously. Yes. I love their term of Swiss cheese.
That's cute. And also just a lack of risk taking. So when I say learned helplessness, it's attached to the lack of being a risk taker? And does it have to do with authoritarianism? You're going to be punished if you don't get it right. That's not how we teach, obviously, but what is keeping them from being a risk taker? There's
Well,
nothing wrong with
having that
my children are the same way. Like, where does this go? I really don't care. Go ahead and put the glass lids with the Tupperware. I don't care. I'll move it. It doesn't matter. You're not in trouble, but just empty the dishwasher.
Right.
Well, you got, if you're talking about, puberty, that's a whole nother realm of not knowing how to put the spoon in the right spot. That's executive functions offline through hormones. But the third grade helplessness and that second grade helplessness, again, I believe that when we had that year of online where parents were sitting next to them and they didn't learn to be independent from the get-go in this particular third grade class. However, I know we see this phenomenon all the way through high school. And so it's just interesting.
Thank you for that. I definitely appreciate it. And I love, we've got a struggle is real, and I love it. And it's just, how do we help our kids embrace the struggle and recognize that struggle is a part of learning? The other thing, Lena, when you mentioned, how do we do the grouping and how do we use our time wisely? This is a book I highly recommend that addresses that very concisely and clearly. It's 10 Success Factors for Literacy Intervention by Susan Hull, who has worked with Louisa Moats. And she talks, the success factors are very, like I said, concise and clear. And she talks about how do you group your students in a way to maximize your time with them, with your most experienced instructors, with the kids who have the most needs, and how do you do flexible grouping, and how do you maximize your time with them? So that would be a recommendation I would have on that as well. Okay, so let's dig into that individual word reading and the things that we need. And as we talked about earlier, remember Linnea Airy, that any word talks about, it becomes a sight word, or a word I can recognize automatically or seemingly on sight. And this is where the thing that makes reading so difficult to teach. You know how we always say in teacher ed programs, teach through modeling? You can't teach reading through modeling. You can teach the think aloud piece, but the actual decoding, because our kids don't recognize that unless we're going to actually tap with our finger each individual letter, it's hard for our kids to see, because they see us looking at the words as if it's a whole unit and reading it as if it's a whole unit, not slowing down and looking at every single letter that's there, which is what our brains do. Thanks, no problems. Thank you for all that. There's just a few things in the chat box. So in order to read words and to have the best memory for words, we really need to, and this comes, I have Mark Seidenberg, 2017, that's his book, Language at the Speed of Sight. But this model came back in the 80s from Mark Seidenberg even then. And it's funny, when I cited it in my dissertation, I cited Marilyn Adams, not realizing it. I have to look back and I'm like, oh, no, wait, it's really from Mark Seidenberg. But it's used again and again. Marilyn Adams used it. Louisa Moats has used it. This concept that to really, really know a word, you need to connect its pronunciation and its meaning and its letters in memory. This is what creates a quote unquote sight word. This is using Linnea Airy's words here. But it's a word that you can recognize without having to sound out and figure out what it is. You've connected these three. And if you've read Sally Shaywitz's book, Overcoming Dyslexia, her newest version, I found myself making this triangle in the margins constantly. She might not have used these words, but she used this concept all the time. This is how we really have the strongest memory from words, by having all three of these. You need to know the word sounds, you need to know the meaning, and you need to know its written form. Now, notice how I have the green arrow, which I added these colors because kids come to school with a lot of words they know the meaning of and they know the sounds. If you say it to them, they recognize that they've got an idea about what it is in their head. And so that's why it's their oral vocabulary. That's what we build upon. Green means go. And then, of course, there may be some students who can sound it out, then they have got that purple, but they don't know what the words mean. And so then maybe they're a second language learner, or maybe they've got those sounding out skills. but they need to have that meaning as piece as well. And of course, our orange is our goal for that we can recognize it and get to meaning without having to go through that sounding out process. Go ahead, Melissa.
I'm just realizing I had an experience with a student and this was what was going on. I asked him to, we were doing Barton back then, and I was pulling down, he was pulling down the tiles for the word cling, like cling to a rope. He goes, oh, I know how to clean my room. And I was like, no, I mean like hold on to something. He's like, huh? Like he didn't know the semantic part of it, but he also didn't know how to make the sound. And so he had never been taught, and I was so new back then, I could not explain what I was doing with my mouth. You know, I called a speech therapist and was like, how do you do that sound? And how do you explain that? Because the phonology he wasn't hearing any differences between clean and cling.
Could he do ring and thing? And
yeah, that's what we were working on, was the ing chunk. Yeah. So anyways, it was baffling to me at that point, and I realized that's what was going on.
When you first said that, it made me think of, I had recently when I was teaching about phonemes, and I said to my participant, take the word break and take out the r, and what do you have left? Well, the participant in his mind spelled it, not B-R-A-K-E, but B-R-E-A-K. And so he took off the R and said beak. And I said, no, don't spell it in your mind. You know, think about the break without the r, it becomes bake. And so again, we've got so many homonyms in our language, but you're right, there's a complexity here, and you have to be hearing the sounds as well. Okay, so I do have, remember I said I hope I have this poem. This is what I was alluding to earlier when I said, I need to label this better so that I can make sure it's in. That what we see printed words, we're seeing so much more than just the sounds. And this is, again, I think what that person was getting at when she said that language doesn't work that way, that it's not just, we can't just sound out everything. Can you imagine sounding out epitome? It would be epitome. We use our sound out skills as far as we can. I mean, most of our French words, we're going to struggle with that. Think of beauty or even vision. I was using that example yesterday. And you've got the v, it's, visual. I think it was visual. V, it's, o. Now try blending that. It's not visual. It's hard to do, isn't it? So our sounding out skills only take us so far because our language is not a phonetic language. This is where we get a lot of criticism on our language because people say phonics doesn't work because our language isn't phonetic. Like, well, that depends on how you define phonics. Because if you can think of all these other pieces in your phonics, then it does work. Because our language is, I'm going to get out my writing tool. Where am I? Because I stopped sharing. Annotate. Here we go. Our language is morphophonemic. So what you see is not just the sounds. That's not just the phonemes. Let me get my, oops, I did have my annotation. I want to underline that. And let's get a blue. And not just the thing. I'm still getting used to this new version of annotations. So sorry to dealing with a little bit of a delay. We see morphemes and we see phonemes when we see printed words. So the morphemes are the meaningful parts. And so, for example, I see a suffix ed here. This one's pretty close, easy to see the phonemes. But what if you pronounce it extremely differently? Printed, perhaps. Or if you think of, I mean, there are, the letter R is pronounced so differently in so many different regions. Whether or not, I mean, think about you going back to Boston, you pack your car. You don't park a car. And so you don't see those sounds very clearly. What you're seeing is the morphemes. You're seeing the meaningful units, those meaningful parts. You're seeing that the suffixes, words, it's not words, it's words with a z sound because it's a suffix and because it's at the end, whereas a s would make us toward the beginning, or if it's going to make a sound at the end, it's doubled, not just a single. So what we see when we look at words is so much more than just the sounds. I mean, yes, we do see that a bit. That helps. I mean, I can see some of it, but we need to know more than just looking at our sound symbol correspondences in order to be successful in figuring out words. So the etymology, that's something we could constantly be learning about. And that's something I'm always looking up when my kids say, Mom, why is that EAU in beauty? And I'm like, well, honey, I bet it's French. Let's look it up. So we're going to go to Etym Online and we're going to look up beauty, or we're going to look up night, or, you know, like night is an old English word. I'm going to put that, and there's Etym Online for you in there. And let's look it up. Sure enough, it's French. When you've got a lot of those vowels or consonants you don't pronounce, it's probably French. And in our book resources up here, when we go to our handouts, you'll see a compilation that I've made from readings and where's my etymological layer? Here it is. Readings I've done and workshops I've attended on, I wrapped French in with Old English. I think I would take it down differently now, but you can see some of the old French influences and even current French influence. And even if you think about the old Anglo-Saxon, like the CH, we think about for chin, that came from French actually as well, but a lot older than the CH making sh. So these are things we'll delve into later, but I think it's an important recognition that that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about etymology, is why that's pronounced the way it is. The CH making the ch is Old English, the CH making sh is French, and the CH making k is chorus. It's Greek. We'll get into those a little bit more. But we just have to help our kids recognize that print is complicated, but we can help them with that. Okay. So what happens though when some of these conflict? Can you imagine spelling no and o all the time? We might struggle when we see that word K-N-O-W, or we wouldn't see it obviously, but if I say to you in speech, no, you don't know which one I mean, do you? But if I say it in context, you can listen to the context and know which one I'm talking about. However, in writing, we have a differentiation in spelling to differentiate meaning. We have a lot of homonyms in our language because it differentiates meaning. It makes it easier for us to identify it, reduces the cognitive load for us. The next one with number 2, that is a conflict of the speech to print, where you say, okay, you've got t, or the print to speech, t, woo, o, two. Well, I've actually, if anybody's watched Outlander, they did say twa in the Scottish Highlands instead of two. We've lost that woo between the T and the W, but we still have it in things like 12 and 20 and twist. So we're connecting meaning here. And we don't have it, it's not in print. I mean, sorry, not in speech. We don't have it there. I will say when my daughter was struggling earlier on, she would write T-O-W. And I'd say, well, honey, let's sound that out. That's T-O, like in window, or cow, like in cow. So the O-W has a sound, but it's not O. Well, it is, you want two, it doesn't make oo, it makes O or ow. Where can you throw that W, or we can just ignore it? And that's going to be between that T and the W, the T and the O, sorry. And then lastly, with the word jumped, if we spelled it the way we sound, we've got that jumped. Oh, we'd struggle with everything, different thing if we've got that ED is a past tense marker, and it makes it so much easier on our brains if it's spelled ED, regardless of how we pronounce it, whether it's T or ed or D. So this is, again, times when those conflicts between the sound and the symbol and the morphology. Okay. Oops, poor little David Chart, I forgot the C is small in there. Can I get a volunteer to read these research for us? And I'm going to get a lozenge. Thank you, Rebecca.
Right. Research says assimilating knowledge of how print and sound are related enables the other components of reading. Seidenberg, 2017. Becoming a good reader requires rapid, fluent, automatic decoding of isolated words. Letter sound knowledge is central to both phonic decoding and sight word learning.
Thank you, Rebecca. And I just realized we've all been, you have been sitting, I've been standing this whole time, and we are past our 10 o'clock break time. So instead of taking from 10 to 10:15, why don't we take our 15-minute break, or we can do 10 and we can kind of make sure we get that whole hour break if people want for lunch. Let's take our break from now 10:11. We'll do a 10-minute break to 10:20. 22-ish, 23. So you guys need to take a little break, get out, go take care of what you need to do, get some bio break. And when I'm going to leave this up as we have our break so that we can be looking at this and kind of thinking about what does that mean for our work. And then we'll get into the levels of phonological awareness and how that improves. And I'm going to pause our recording here. Were there any thoughts on this before we get going on? Somebody asked me recommendations for morphology curriculum. I'll be honest, I don't know curricula well. I know about them. And I know, like, for example, Deb Glasser is an amazing presenter. And she has, I think it's called Morpheme Magic. I think that's Deb Glasser's. There was also, I think it was like phonographics or more. I will definitely look. I mean, I love learning about morphology, but I think with a curriculum, it depends on what you're teaching and who you're teaching. I mean, I did have a great thing on Greek and Latin roots when I was teaching high school. So we'll can come back. 95% vocabulary search is good for morphology, Erin. That focuses on morphology.
Yep, it goes all into like the word parts of the different roots and the different origins, and it's a good place. I mean, it's not perfect, right? Like anything else, but it does. It's a good one.
Great, thank you. Well, and you can see that this is what it's really important to get that print and sound and that automaticity. That's our key piece that we want to go to. And we're just going to start with a review of the levels of phonemic awareness, just because you have to understand print to understand speech. The other way around. You have to understand print speech to understand print. So this was all the research on phonemic awareness that was researched up until about the 90s when Marilyn Adams summarized it. She came up with 5 levels. And I don't remember what they all were, but David Kilpatrick said, you know what, 3 is easier. And so he kind of summarized all that research into 3 levels. Looking at the early levels, which is needed to develop your sound, letter and sound knowledge. That's rhyming, alliteration, paying attention to the first syllables, being able to pull apart syllables, paying attention to the first sounds. And then your basic, which is blending and segmenting, and then being able to do things with that. He used to call it advanced level. Now he calls it the proficiency, is when you are being able to manipulate the sounds. Because if you can manipulate sounds, think about taking the word clash and changing the ul to r. You have to first think about segment the sounds. What were the sounds in clash? K, l, a, sh. Then you have to identify. So you're identifying which was the second one, the ul, where is it? Pull it apart and then blend it back together. So it's encompassing all of these other skills that we've already talked about. I think it's probably on the left for you then. And this is essential, that proficiency, for creating a quote unquote sight word, for going through that orthographic mapping stage. So what you see on the left, though, the grades are approximate of what we go through. It's, of course, I've known students in high school who still struggle with blending, segmenting. So this is what we hope our kids will have by the end of 3rd grade. And Lena, you said a lot of your kids are struggling in 3rd grade. These are things that you're probably going to be finding gaps in what they have done and what they can do because of what they've missed, as someone pointed out, in kindergarten, being home. And so we have a lot of work to do in this area. And I do have a handout for this. It's a table, and I'm going to show you where you can get that, because we want to look at this left side, but then also the right side. So let me get you that table. It's in the same folder of ADA compliant handouts. And it is called Kilpatrick chart right here. And so you notice there's our phonological development on the left and the letter sound, the reading development pieces on the right. And this is what we're going to be focusing on right now, is that the letter sound knowledge, which is where we're focusing today, really leads to my ability to sound out words. That's the phonic decoding, which then leads to my ability to remember words instead of having to decode them automatically. I mean, decode them every time, is because I can recognize the word seemingly on sight automatically. And that's through doing a process of backwards. Instead of sounding out the words, you're thinking about the sounds and then recognizing what symbols represented those sounds. So because we have a heterogeneous group, I'm going to do a poll asking about knowledge of orthographic mapping. So I'm going to launch that. I'm sure that I'm going to have a lot of people who are in the I am comfortable with this term, but I can always learn more. That was the first person that responded. But we may have some who've never heard of it. So I want to see what our range is here in the middle. And if you can't see the poll, please let me know, and I can give you the prompt, and you can put something in the chat box. We have 76% participation, 82, we're almost there. All right, I'll give you 5 more seconds, see if we can get up. We're up to 88. We're almost there to everyone. All right, close enough. Those other two might have had to step away. So we're going to end poll and share those results. And we see that we have the majority, 7 of you, are comfortable with this term, but you could always learn more. And a couple no one who've never heard of it. So hoo-hoo, that's a great, see, you guys keep giving me hope. Some who've heard of this term, but they're not sure of it, and some who have a vague concept but don't ask me to explain it. So I will explain it. Although I'll take, if somebody who is comfortable with the term wants to add in and chime in and do it for me, they're more than welcome. This is what the best way that I find explaining is thinking of the difference between, on the top of the line is your phonic decoding, on the bottom of the line is your orthographic mapping. So the eye is what the kid sees, the mouth is what they say. And I showed this to Margie Gillis once, and she says, well, it's also what they hear. Yes, but I want them focusing on what their mouth is doing. So she wanted me to change the mouth to an ear. I'm like, no, we're going to do a mouth. Maybe I'll do both, but I think the mouth is important because I want them to focus on the differences. Because, for example, if your word were mutt, and you have to think about what your mouth is doing, and it's not nut. I mean, if you hear mutt and nut, they're so close to me. I mean, close your eyes. Can you hear the difference between mutt and nut? I struggle. So I want them to think about what the mouth is doing. So because there is a difference between mutt and nut, it's whether I'm using my lips or whether I'm back at using just my tongue. So that's to give you that framework. And when I do this, my first step is in the decoding is recognizing the sounds that you could say that the letters that I see and the sounds they represent. So in this case, this represents s, and this represents I, and this represents t, and then I blend them together to make sit. And here I have the I consonant E representing that long I. I've learned that combination. And then I blend this together to go s, I, t, to make sight. And the same thing here, s, I, t. Again, I have sight, and I have sight, and I have sit. So that's the decoding part. Now, the orthographic mapping part, it's a behind-the-scenes cognitive task in which students are storing words in their long-term memory. It's not a skill or a form of curriculum, it's a process. What we can do to help our kids do that, though, is working with the spelling and teach reading through writing. This this process that their brains go through, it's implicit for some of our kids, but might have to make it explicit for others, is that, okay, they've read this and sounded out this word. Now their brain recognizes those sounds. What were the sounds in that word? In this case, again, it. So they're pulling those sounds apart, it's segmenting them, and then taking a look at, oh, what letter represented the S sound? What letter represented the I? What letter represented the T? And this is going to be the same if it's a pretty transparent word or a regular word like sit, or a less transparent, a less regular word like sight, where you could have more than one spelling of that I sound, in which case you see here we have the S and the T are the same, but the I in this case is represented by the I consonant E, and in this case, the I is represented by the IGH. This is where my understanding, remember our triangle, this is where the yellow needs to come in, is here I'm thinking about the sounds, that's the phonemic. Now I'm thinking about the letters, that's the orthographic. But to distinguish between these two, I need to think about meaning. And that's where, if I'm trying to create this chunk and this memory for these words, I need to bring in the meaning, because it's a different meaning than what with a place like a website or a construction site, that's the SITE, versus a beautiful site with something I do with my eyes. And so that's where, with all those homonyms, we have to come in, and that's where meaning comes into play to make those differences. Okay, feeling better? Give me a thumbs up for the people who weren't among the 7. I'm not seeing any thumbs. Thank you, Jana. Okay. Feel free to stop and ask for support or help at any time. And now the next piece, though, is how do these skills influence each other? How do we build these abilities? So if you took a look at that table I showed you here in your handouts, if you were to print this up, and you can make notes for yourself for when you do, I want you to think about the skills as we build them. Obviously, if you on the phonological side, that your early phonological awareness supports your basic, supports your advanced, and the same thing with the reading development side. Before we go any further, I want to make a caveat. So somebody mentioned in the chat that they use Haggerty. I think Haggerty is fantastic, but I also want to be careful. One, you don't need to spend a huge amount of time on phonemic awareness. I pulled up recently a sample lesson from UFly, and it said 3 minutes. 5 minutes max, just a little bit every day. You want to do the sparse, I can't remember what they, distributed practice. A little bit, multiple times a day, but just a small amount, because you really, really want to get to the sound symbol connections and the writing and reading of letters. So we all want to bring those letters in as quickly as possible. Number 2, I've known programs, and I don't think Haggerty does this, but I'm not an expert in Haggerty, so don't call me on that. But you want to make sure that your program doesn't make you completely master this one before you can go on to this one, before you can go on to this one. That's not how it works. I've known a lot of kids who struggle with rhyming, and we're not going to worry about that. Our rhyming skills will come as we pay attention to those individual sounds, and we blend and we segment those. I'll bring up this one, might be easier for you to see, because here we go, this one. So we're not going to make sure that they master these before moving on here. If you are kindergarten and above, this is your biggest bang for your buck, because it's those individual sounds that are represented by print and that we represent in print. So this is your biggest bang for your buck. And those working on these skills will help build these. And then throughout your day, you can help manipulate them, and you can help them play with the sounds and recognize that they change. And also building these skills will help you get there. And I'm going to explain how in just a moment, but I see a couple things in the chat box. Yes, more is not always better. Thank you, Aaron's for some bits on Haggerty. I think that you weren't the one who said Haggerty, but thank you for that emphasis. Who does? Go ahead, Melissa.
One of my favorite phrases is playing with language, and I have seen it done so well with teachers who, if you're anything like me, accidentally say something wrong, and then stop, and you're like at my house, somebody said, my pants don't fit me. Like, okay, what I meant to say was my pants don't fit me, but what did I do? You know, and then like break that down, like, oh, that was the first sound of those two words, and they got flip-flopped. That's my most common mistake when I'm speaking. But if that happens naturally, and the teacher takes that opportunity to say, there it is, you know, we took that phoneme and we accidentally switched it. And of course, you could introduce, you know, graphemes to that process as well, but just using it in general to keep it lighthearted and fun, and, you know, just being silly with speech, I think is one of the best ways to teach that.
And maybe, Lena, this helps toward the fear of making a mistake, is to make mistakes in front of them and recognize that mistakes are a part of learning. And that we all, you know, this is, being human is part of, it is imperfect, and it's grappling with things, and learning is a lifelong journey, and it's okay. We don't expect perfection. That's not the goal. So yes, thank you, Melissa, on that. The next piece, though, that if you would be making these, is you want to make your arrows, where's my next click here? This way as well, that our ability to rhyme and to think about alliteration and those first sounds and syllables, those help me develop my letter name and letter sound knowledge. And so those arrows are intuitive, that they are this way and this way. However, once I start building my letter and name and letter sound knowledge, it gets more complicated, because my ability to pay attention to the individual letters and sounds helps me blend and segment sounds, which then helps me attach them to words and read, which helps me notice that I can change one little sound in the middle, and it's going to make that difference. And of course, which all lead to the orthographic mapping, which is our goal. Make sense? Okay. Love your kitty, Natasha. Because at the end of the day, it's really the orthographic mapping that makes a difference. It's not just hearing the words simultaneously. Although I have recently seen a very respected researcher say that there is research that says decoding words will lead to automatic word recognition. But I think Linnea Airy would argue it's because this is going on. As you see here in this bottom one, you may not realize it's happening, but that's what's going on in the brain. It's that orthographic mapping piece. So this are your kids. You might have them who decode and they sound that word out again and again and again and again. If they're not paying attention to the sound symbol correspondence, they're not doing the orthographic mapping, and this isn't going to be happening. Make sense? All right, let's jump into it. Ready? Okay. All right. I talked to that. I'm gonna not everyone may have seen this, so I'm going to bring this up. I've made an allusion to the pre-alphabetic earlier when I was talking about the kids who see the word look and their O's remind them of eyes. So if you haven't seen this before, feel free to take a snapshot of it, or I can also send you a copy if you're interested. But I think that this is just a way for us to realize the steps that all kids go through in order to learn to read. And some of our kids go through this really quickly and without even recognizing that they go through all those steps, but they really do. I think I was one of those. And I've had high school kids stuck at 2 or 3. So most of our kids where they're building our sound symbol correspondences are going to be here or moving from 1 to 2. And notice how the first person here, our number 2, she sees the word spent and she reads it as set. Remember, I said it's hard to model that because they don't see us looking at every single letter. And he's doing his individual spent, blends it together to make spent. But he needs to do his orthographic mapping to be able to recognize the word automatically, like she can, or she might need to break some things into chunks for it to be longer words, looking at morphemes or syllables. So I'll just pause for a moment. If this is new to anyone and you want me to talk through anything, let me know. I think otherwise this is good food for thought for us. I'm working on my wait time. One more food for thought from Louisa Moats is that we want to pay attention to the speech sounds. this working with phonemes until you're sure that they can tune into the speech. Melissa, you talked about being able, the kids not understanding that. So if you haven't taken a class in phonology, please come back for that. Actually, we'll have a 2-hour version next week on Thursday. It's a shortened version, but I do have a 6-hour one I'll do again next, probably November as well. But we'll start with a little bit of recognizing those differences between speech and print. Natasha, she says that they're wanting to guess the word. It's going to take a lot of retraining if they're guessing at words, and that's where I thought what my thoughts is I would try and give them the words that they can't guess. Bring in nonsense words. Bring in or some of I mean, I love looking at these homographs. Is it wind or wind? Yes. Is it dove or dove? Yes. And if they give you one, I'd say, okay, what's another way of saying that? And let's think about why and the meaning there, because that's really going to help them recognize that they need to sound out those different sounds and pay attention to them. Melissa?
Yeah, I wish that we could divide the last section, that advanced phonemic awareness, down to even smaller chunks, because I mean, we all know that VC or CVC words are a lot easier than words with triple blends at the beginning. And so I've heard that our brains think from the outside in on words. And so it's easier to notice when you're looking at a word on a page, the beginning and the ending. But I think that's why a lot of our kiddos guess, is because they just see what it could be and go for it, you know? And so, you know, I have 6 levels of that third, the advanced phonemic awareness section there to work through before you say, check, yep, they've got that advanced manipulation, because, you know, the liquid letters are more difficult than the stop consonants. I mean, we've got so much complexity in just what we're hearing. And so it's tough, you know, to ask them to hear these things that we just blend together so smoothly in our speech.
And I totally agree. And that's one of the things when we spend more time on speech, we definitely pay attention to all those, that advanced level a lot more in depth. Additionally, though, what you're talking about is the middle being difficult, it's also our vowels are difficult. And take a look at, I mean, look here, this could be an I or an I. This could be an O or an an E or an A. You know, I read it, or sorry, I read it's, I read it. Sewer, sower, live, live. The vowels are the hardest parts in our language because we have 18, 19 vowel sounds. And we only have 5 vowel letters. And so we have to combine them in multiple ways, but it's also that vowel sound is the hardest part. So you see me touching my throat for the vowel sound. When I was teaching at Chartwell, we used the Slingerland approach. And one of the activities we do is vowel discrimination and vowel identification. And so, Gianna, the reason why I'm touching my throat is because it's the vowel that opens your throat. So if I said, for example, Melissa, you've been unmuting, and Joe, you as well. Melissa, if your word is spat, what's the vowel sound? And what makes it? Then we think about the A. If your word was spit, what's the vowel sound? So I'm helping them identify what's that vowel sound. That's something I practice with my kids who are struggling with that a lot. Okay, so we do need to understand the differences between speech and print. And we've got some ambiguity. And I mentioned earlier that with these homophones, it's really to reduce the cognitive load. It helps us, our brains, to have the different spellings. It makes it easier to get to meaning. Harder for spelling, yes, but easier to get to meaning as you're reading, because you can recognize the difference between those 2 words without having to look at the context. So it's much faster. Versus with these, I have to look at the context to know which one it is. Okay, so some phonology reminders. We've been talking about these a lot. I don't think I really need to go into depth on this, but it's for people who weren't with us in phonology. Those small changes between, for example, the f and v, that's v, it's only vocalization. The I, your vowels. The n, k, and k are totally different there, but you notice these changes in between words. We think, whoops. talk about, I thought I had some more animations on here. So these are things that we talk about when we talk about phonemes. I'm just going to give you a moment and see if there's anybody who's never seen this before who wants us to talk a little bit about this, or people who've done this with me who wanted to say, hey, okay, we did this before and I want to process this a little bit. I'll do a couple of reminders that I thought were on here. Taking a notice that I guess I'll do it with this pen. I have to keep a real drawing here. That the ch sound is a combination of the t and the sh really quick together. Let me get another color for the j sound is a really quick d and zh together. So helping us make those connections. So I'll connect it that way. I'll just give people a moment with these, and the ch, this is why you'll have like the choo-choo train, even though it's the ch in train is not a ch, it's a tr, but you're sliding down from that tr, so you're getting, in that case, the t and the r, and it slides and it becomes ch. The Q is for your quiet sounds, and it's for your noisies. I'll just give people a moment with this. Again, it's helped to understand. Remember, I said the and the n, it sounds the same, but it's a little messy for you. I'll take all those off. The and the n, you have to hear, you can't hear the difference. You have to see the difference between n. And the same thing with our s and f and s. These are so hard to hear. I actually tested it with somebody recently from another room. He could hear the difference between fit and sit and I can't remember the other one I gave him. I was surprised. So thinking about where your students might struggle, and then thinking too about which one of these are only represented by one symbol versus multiple symbols and how to spell those. We'll revisit that later. And I mentioned those vowels are so tricky. I mean, look at how many vowel sounds we have. I'm going to give you a pronunciation chart that I really like to use with this. Pronunciation guide, if you don't have that as a reference. I will note, it's funny because people ask, I have to find the chat box, hold on. People ask about sound walls, and I've seen and heard such different things on sound walls. It's been so fascinating because the person who made this pronunciation guide that I'm putting into the chat box is very against sound walls. And then you have others like, this tools for reading, who give you tools to use to make your sound walls, which are fantastic. And the Reading League talks about these. Lena, does this look familiar? I saw you nodding. She looks, she's like, yes, yeah. Anyway, my family, why did that work? Okay, fabulous. It looks like they changed the link, so let me fix that for you. The pronunciation chart. There we go. What Jan Westowitz advocates is, instead of having how the mouth is made, to have a picture of the sound of a keyword with the sound instead. I think it depends on your kids and what they need. So I think that I'm not going to say yes or no to any of them, but I'm going to say it depends on your kids and what they need. But you can click any of these and it will give you a clear sound as much as possible. Sometimes it's hard with like the g to get it just clearly to a g instead of a g. G is hard. So the d, those vocalized ones are hard to clip off.
I know we usually do spelling tests for our kids in this way of teaching that aren't memorized, but if you're giving them a spelling test, is it fair to have them dictated without looking at your mouth? I mean, you're just saying that there's like, I'm really uncomfortable with teachers that are just walking the room and saying the words because they can't see what sounds.
You need to see my mouth.
Yeah, yeah.
And even when I would do my cards with my kids, oh, these are all digraphs and trigraphs. No, not all digraphs and trigraphs, but even with doing my cards, if I came up to with my TH, but I would say, you need to look at my mouth. because you can't really hear clearly the difference between th and f. So I want them to look at my mouth so you know which one I'm doing. If I'm going to give you, I'll give you a sound first versus an image first. So yes, that's really crucial in that. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to do this one on connecting sounds to symbols. I'm not going to read this whole quote to you, but I'm going to draw us to the fact that all healthy children master their language without lessons or corrections. This is on why we need to be teaching this stuff. Let me get my annotation here. And my, come on here. Here we go. All healthy children master their language without lessons or corrections. Compare this with writing. Writing systems have been invented a small number of times in history. They only originated in a few complex civilizations. They started off crude, slowly improved over millennia. Until recently, most children never learned to read or write. In fact, many children still struggle and fail. So I love this. A group of children is no more likely to invent an alphabet than to invent the internal combustion engine. I've heard this again and again and again. We are wired for sound, but print is an optional accessory that must be painstakingly bolted on. This is a lot of work for some of our kids. And I will tell you, some of our kids, I mean, as Lena, you were mentioning how these kids, you might be resistant, or Kelly Jo, you were saying you're frustrated with the failure. It's also, they might be frustrated with how much work it is. It comes easily for some kids, it looks like anyway. And for some of our kids, it is a lot of work. Okay, let's get into how to do it. Clear this off. Okay, what do we do? This comes from, again, Jan Wasowitz. We need to make sure that we're paying attention to all of the elements of language. This is her way that she talks about it, and this is using with permission. Notice how we have to pay attention to the semantics, that's meaning, phonemic awareness, mental orthographic image, the orthographic mapping here, orthographic knowledge, your ideas, your sound symbol connections here, morphological knowledge. There's a lot going on as we teach reading, isn't it? It's very, very complex. We have to recognize that it's a lot of different places in the brains that are working together. Okay, we're going to get into some common sound symbol correspondences to how we do this. I'm going to give you some time on this, and I want you to come up with your answers. I'm going to just give you just a moment. Oh, I think I've given some of these away, but let's see if what have you remembered from what I've been saying? How many consonant sounds are there? How many letters? How many vowel sounds? How many letters? Just to say, and while we're here, I also have a chart for you that afterwards. A resource. Erin, you're so right. It's hard for some. I think it's harder for adults because they've had more time. So it's harder and easier. It's harder because they've had more time to have some bad habits fossilized. Easier because they have more of a sense of logic that you can appeal to, and they can recognize and see the why behind things. Okay, nobody's answering these yet. Thank you, Erin. She's starting with how many consonant sounds. I don't know if I have these animated one at a time. I hope so. Yeah, there we go. It's a little off, but with 21 letters. How many vowel sounds? We have about 18-ish, 18 or 19. And I have 5+, because the Y often acts as a vowel. And sometimes when you work, remember we had the OW as a vowel team, or the AW would be a vowel team. Sometimes that W, and some of those that U can sometimes act as a consonant. So they sometimes will play different. Actually, I should change this to 21+ when I think about the U, but as we know better, we do better, right? We learn more. So I have a quick question as we think about a resource for you, and I'm going to put it into the chat box. I hope that link still works. Otherwise, I'll put a new one. Is whether or not people have heard, I know Erin's been there because she's been with me a lot, and Kelly Jo, you know it. But I want to get a feeling with the group about Common Core. Oh, sorry to keep sharing that. Common Core Appendix A, whether or not people are familiar with it. And I'll make sure this link works for you. Okay, we've got some, I knew that link wouldn't work. Let me get the good one. We've got people all over the map, so I definitely appreciate asking the question. And let me pull it up for you. So I'll end the poll and share screen. You'll see that we have some people pretty close to equal numbers who've never heard of it, those who've heard of it but haven't explored it, and those who have read it through and know about the pages on foundational skills. So I'm going to stop sharing that and share with you the Common Core Appendix A with a link to it. Here, there's the link. So put that in the chat box for you. The one on my slide no longer works, so let's add this to the chat box. And we're going to scroll down to page 17. Actually, I think I can just type in 17 here. I did it yesterday. There we go. And we have, so after all, some of those things. Now, if you haven't explored this, I want to go back up to show you. I don't blame you. Look what it's called. Research supporting key elements of the standards and glossary of key terms. They don't tell you that down on page 17, you're going to find some foundational skills, some common graphemes for each of your consonant phonemes, and some common graphemes for each of your vowel phonemes, as well as some other things. But this is a great place to start. It's not perfect, but it's not a bad place to start. I mean, I'm looking at these thinking, okay, for example, the k, it does have the Q. It's not bad. I noticed too that they put the K first. I wouldn't. I would put the C first because that's a lot more common. I teach kids if you use a C unless you have a reason not to. And there are lots of reasons not to. And there's some great videos that can help you with kids and relays like kiss the cat rule. And there's some good reasons not to. But otherwise, it's not bad. At the GH in Pittsburgh, that's or the GH in the beginning of Ghost. So recognizing some of these reasons why is the key piece. The okay, that's a good one. So it's not bad. This is a great place to start. Is there anybody who's used this more than and who'd like to add on that? Interesting. They have Queen as an example with the w, but again, that's that U making the w sound.
I can share.
Hi,
we have a training this month coming up for structured literacy for our district. And we actually planned, because we have a lot of teachers here that don't know about it, we actually plan to release this during that training to be like, here, look at this. So should be good.
Thank you. I agree. It's a great place to start. We might add some things to it, but it's a great place to start. I find it interesting that they say the VE. Well, that would be because we don't end a word in a V. So love and live and live and dove. Again, this is where knowing the reasons can appeal to help make sure that we make sure we make it stick in kids' minds. All right, so I have another question for you. Let's talk about regularity. Whoops, doodle. What percentage of everyday English words would you say are regular? So remember I talked about that spectrum of regularity. How many would you say are irregularly spelled? I kind of gave away part of it, but not the whole story. Or we could just ask, do you think there are more regular or more irregular words? Lena, that chuckle looked like you think English is crazy. It's all irregular, right? Joe's saying 65 irregular. Looks like Aaron, and Aaron, you know the answer. You've done this before. We've got a lot of people saying more irregular. So this is research on words. This was compiled by compiled by Hannah and Hannah, but reported by Louisa Motes in her book, Speech to Print. And take a look at those 4% of really, really odd. Yes, I would agree with that, Marcus. Texting is taking us in another direction. I'm talking about real words. So the reason why I have this image of this person here with the throw pillow spelling, this was from a video I saw once on I think it was on Facebook, and I wish I could have grabbed the video. I tried, but it didn't work. And this was this woman pretending to be Spanish and English. And Spanish was saying, okay, English, what about all this crazy spelling? Why do you spell everything so crazy? It's like, well, because we spell our German words like German and our Greek words like Greek and our French words like French. This is all those, that's that additional knowledge piece that's in number 12 and number 34. Because if you know, for example, the S and island, why that's there, and I'll give you my links to my favorite resources to learning about these things, then you can spell these things correctly and also read it correctly. It's not reading that island, but it's that I is silent. It's a really stupid reason why it's there, but there's a reason. And so then Spanish says, well, what about the S and island? She's like, oh, it's like the throw pillow spelling. So it's a little bit of fun. And we want to have fun with this with our kids. We want our kids to recognize that, you know, language, that we can explore it. We can have fun with it. And as Melissa, you said, play. Let me show you my favorite on that. I'm just going to go to the YouTube. It's faster. Maybe. Site for learning about those, because Erica Ockrent is just amazing. If you don't know her stuff yet, you got to jump into Erica Ockrent. Here she is. And in fact, she wrote a book called Highly Irregular: Why Tough, Through, and Do Don't Rhyme, and Other Oddities of the English Language. But I think the S and island is addressed in why is English spelling so weird. And her books and her videos are fun. They're easily accessible. My children love them. Okay, my daughter does, the dyslexic. But a little bit of that why things are spelled the way they are. Okay. Let me see if this is, I had originally planned a breakout room, and let's see if we agree that this is still the right place for it. I always look at these and think, well, it worked last time. Is it still going to work? We're going to get into, we're going to get into the nitty gritty of all the sound symbol connections next. So I'm going to put this up rather than kind of what was new, what was affirming, but I'm going to put this up in the background for you to think about, kind of pre-talk, your own thoughts on the different sound symbol connections, the complexity. I'm going to pause talking and give you an opportunity to talk to each other. Remember, we verbalize to internalize. I will mix up groups and pause the recording. We resume recording so that people who aren't with us or who needed to leave, like I said, we had a lot more signed up than were able to join us today. Jana, you're Peninsula, right? You must have had to leave and come back. So I'll rename you. And I'm going to invite whoever would like to unmute to start the conversation about things you were processing.
I'll just share real quick kind of what I brought to our room is that when you put that chart up with like the maybe the phonemes, and they talk about the nasals and the fricatives, and that one is always like, I wish that I had an SLP here with me to like kind of tell me how I could teach kids. Sorry, I have an alarm going off right now, but
we can't hear a thing.
Yeah, okay, good. So I just feel like I kind of understand it, but how could I convey this to students?
That's what I love about these charts like this. Now, this came from Tools for Reading that I got at a conference, but to help kids see how the mouth is made with this. So like their nasals, your so you can see the pictures a little bit. Is there too glare? Okay. So that when your kids are, for example, my daughter, she was struggling with saying words that should have had an and she would say is or vice versa. I'd say, look at my mouth. And it was fascinating too, when I was at the Reading League, Carol Tolman, who worked with Louisa Moats to make the letters program, said that her whole session was based on a Facebook post that someone said, saying, I'm so glad I learned about using mirrors, because now I can help my kids when they spell with the ch and sh, and she's like, oh, no, wait. wrong. Let's start over, because folks, can't watch my mouth. Do you see a difference between ch and sh? Thank you, Melissa. That is not a mirror issue. That, we'll come back to that. That would, well, this was the fun one that she culminated with. Mirrors can help with and and mirrors can help with p and t and k. Mirrors can't help with b and p. What helps with that is put your hand on in your throat. And the same thing with the t, d, k, g. The difference between the voiced and the unvoiced, or the quiet and the noisy, as I put the more kid-friendly versions on this one. When I do phonemic awareness and phonology, we go into both kid-friendly version as well as the more linguistic knowledge, Kelly. Like here you've got a mixture of both, unfortunately, with the words like nasal and fricative and affricate. The kid-friendly version, Nancy Young, who did the Ladder reading, has a really nice one where she calls nasals, I think she calls them nosers. Fricative, I think if I have her wording on this one, I do have it on another slide. Affricates she calls combiners, because it's a combiner of a vibrator, not a vibrator, like, I'm trying to remember, I'll have to look and see what she called the fricatives, but the combiner would be a stop and a fricative. That's the affricate. And anyway, so you can see the difference between and b. Well, not really, not so much. You can see that. So that's a mirror one. The putting your hand would be for the difference between a quiet and a noisy. But then for the sh, Carol Tolman had rolls of toilet paper, rolled it down the aisle, told everyone to get out of peace, and she went like this. Sh. See the difference? So one, that ch is a stop, whereas sh is a continuant. And Kelly Jo, the other piece that I think is really important on this, and I'm going to draw it, I don't have it on this, is helping us recognize for our kids who struggle with blending. Because Melissa, you talked about how it can be very difficult, especially with pulling apart and segmenting and blending when you have multiple consonant sounds. For our kids who struggle with blending, you want to, let me get a thicker one. You want to start with our continuant sounds that you can hold. Or our fricatives. You can hold those, your glides and your liquids. You can hold all those. The stops and the p, b, t, those stops, you can't hold them. So hence it's harder for blending. If you have kids who are struggling with blending, go to your sorry for that little extra line there. Go to your sounds that you can hold, your continuants, for your kids who are struggling with blending. Somebody asked, is the LIPS program? I think so. I do get emails from Linda Mood Bell, so that's LIPS of Linda Mood Bell, and they still do. And yes, that's a place for starting as well. I will also share with you some videos that I found on that can help as well. Clear all drawings. What else came in there? Erin, you said we had done sorts before where students were given similar sounds and they had to watch their mouth. I love that. Sorts can really help you see that difference too. The video for when you have kids who are struggling with that as well. To respond to your thing, Kelly Jo, in our structured literacy at the top, there's a Padlet. And in that Padlet, which to get you there faster, I'll just put it in the chat box. Under linguistic knowledge, I think it's under that one. There's Erica Ockrent, Why is English Spelling So Weird? There's that pronunciation guy you saw earlier, Edam Online. Here it is, the 44 phonemes. So it's a video of somebody making those sounds so kids can see how their sounds are made. I love this one too, the fun with pom-poms. So she talks about squishing them together and pulling them apart. So that's another one as well. Okay, thanks, Kelly Jo. Is there anybody else who would like to share before we move on? from your conversation? We were here. Mhm. Anyone address this yet? Or have some thoughts? You're welcome. Okay. The green stoplight, green, yellow, and red stoplight you see here, this is what we used when I was at Chartwell. And I think it's Slingerland. It was always hard to tell sometimes what was Slingerland, what was our own. But at the same time, I find it useful to help kids recognize some are just clear. These are the transparent, that the is pretty much going to be only written by with an M. The pretty much just be an A, and the T is pretty much going to be a T. The it's pretty much just an O. But so those are the one-to-one connections. The 1 to 2 or more is where things get really tricky for our kids with dyslexia. But it's also where we can help them by helping them see the statistical regularity of our language. When you have more than one letter working together, you can say which one. Remember, I said C is a lot more common. So if you print up that Appendix A, you want to switch the C and the K because you're going to use the C more commonly than the K. So you're looking at commonalities. So here in this case, the 1 to 2 would be either when one sound is written in more than one way, or it's in the second line, that long A sound has lots of different ways of spelling it, or when one letter that you see in the top line can represent more than one sound, in which case it could be an ah like in hopping or an O like in hoping. So the more we learn the why, the more we're going to unlock that for our kids. And then we have our really rare patterns. Some people would call those the sight words, or the ones that are more irregular. We need to help our kids recognize the regularity and the irregularity, and recognize that, for example, in laugh, that UGH makes a sound like enough and tough. And in do, it's silent, but it helps make that O long. Otherwise, it would be do. So we have to help. I mean, that UGH is a nasty one that we don't, hopefully they don't use all that much in the beginning until you get more comfortable with it. Okay, we're going to start with the greens. And I want you to think about for a moment, how many letters can you think of that represent only one sound? I'll give you a hint, we're only going to be working with consonants here. And then I want you to think about how many sounds can you think of that only can be spelled in one way. So we're talking about, the first one is letters, and the second one is sounds. Letters to sound, and then sound to letter, or letter combinations. And remember, this is an imperfect system. And every time I do this, I think about it a little bit more deeply. So my list in the beginning was much longer than it is now. I'll stop and give you a moment to think to yourself. Think about the consonants. How many would be what I call brick letters? And how many would be foam letters? Bricks have the consistency 1 to 1. Actually, I can see somebody on the GM board. We can add them here. Our question is, how many are inflexible? I actually have a frame from a different slide deck that I put in there. Thinking about which ones are inflexible, those bricks, and which one are flexible foam. I should switch those around. All right, Aaron says 18 bricks. Natasha says 14 bricks. My list has, I think, 11 with some caveats. So let's work on these together and see then how it compares to what I had on my other list. All right, so let's see what we have here. People can add on these too. I'll make it clear. All right, who wants to help us out with you? I see you telling me numbers. What are some of the bricks?
B.
B, okay. Whoops. Someone's adding on numbers. Whoops. Here we go. B is a brick, okay? Give me some more here. What else? Keep me going. B could be silent, but does it ever say anything else other than a B, Joe? Other than B? So someone says F. I'm going to agree with a caveat. I'm going to make a little asterisk on this because there is one word in the English language where F does not represent F. There we go. Aaron's got it. Of. So it's the only one. And it's the unstressed version of off. Okay, so Melissa's adding a P. That only represents P. And we're only going to do single letters, Melissa. Not getting into digraphs and trigraphs, yes, but I would agree with you that W, well, the WH, what, when, who, so that one can have more than one sound, and the TH has more than one sound as well. Aaron has added J.
So you're referring to ways they're pronounced today. Okay.
Yes. When we're teaching our kids to read, yes. Versus historically? Yeah, no. Today, when we're teaching our kids to read. All right, we have 3 of them. Keep us going. Aaron's added L. I would add that as well. So Aaron, I initially had H, but what about when you put it in with another letter? Like the TH, now it's no longer, it's, or the CH becomes ch.
But if it's, are we only talking about by itself though? By itself, it only says.
I agree. I think that's why I originally had it on my list, but now when as I think about it, when I look at that letter, it depends, doesn't it? So by itself, yes, but with others, no. So I think that's how we, and I would want to teach my kids that it is a flexible one. If I'm going to have a different kind of a flexible alphabet and an inflexible alphabet, H depends on what it's next to. So when you say by itself, you mean just H-A, like before a vowel, yes. But if it's next to a different consonant, maybe not.
Okay, but then I'm going to challenge that. Couldn't you make the argument for B that we were talking about earlier then? When it was next to M, it was silent.
Silent, but it would never make a different sound, would it?
I have to push back on that. Silence means no sound. So if you're teaching a kid to read, you'd have to make it no sound, which is not a brick. It's not reliable.
That's interesting perspective. I'll have to think on that, Joe. I like it. But that's at the same time, I think I'm talking about, could it make a different sound, something other than B? And could the H make a different sound, anything other than H? And I think about if it's followed by it before, like for example, CH, WH, TH, yes. Marcus has got K. I would agree with that. And Natasha says N. I would disagree with that one because it could be an like in thing. It could be like in nut, or it could be like in thing. Or think. The N before the K in think is a sound. But I will put M in there because I can't think of anything other. I mean, yes, it could be silent, but it never could make a different sound other than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Someone's got the V there, the V, yes. And I'm going to add here, whoops, the Z and the R. It depends on your dialect, but it's never going to make a sound other than some kind of version of R. It's a liquidy one. It's a weird one. And I'm going to add the Q because even though QU will not always make the same sound. QU could be ku like in queen, or it could be k like in antique. That Q is always making the k part of that pair. Any other thoughts on those, or any agreements? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 11 here. Aaron, think about X.
I mean, I know it's two sounds making one, like
One letter making two sounds.
Words are hard right now, but it only ever makes that sound.
Really? Oops, I want to give you a few words. Not just that.
This is
Let's
what I need
think
to type things out.
Is that exit or exit?
Yeah, fair.
Trying to exit. Fox, xylophone, anxious. X is a complicated one, isn't it?
Yep.
Xerox it would be like your xylophone. Thanks, Kelly Jo. See, and this is where we explore it. All right, BFJKL. MRV. Oh, W. W is another one I would do with an asterisk, because again, if it's following a vowel, no. And if it's followed by an H, no. So maybe we'll not put W in on. So sometimes, like I said, I put an asterisk on it for a while until I think, let's take it off. But what an interesting exercise. And it's almost like I want to have a different, I want my kids to recognize, for example, we teach them that S represents, like, well, S is a foam. It could be Z, it could be sh, like in, or Z, like in vision, sh, like in mission. So I want them to kind of learn that you have to flex them and play with them. Now, the S could never represent B. There was what we call a set for variability with that. They have to know the boundaries around which it could be flexible. And that's why I said, okay, let's see how many we can think of for that X. Exit, fox, xylophone, anxious. So how many different, but it couldn't be a K. Well, the first part of it is in fox, but it couldn't be an I mean, there's a set for variability that we want to teach our kids. So Melissa, how helpful is this exercise? It depends on where they are. So if I'm teaching them, for example, early, my one-to-one correspondences, I'm going to first teach them the most common. And I actually have a document that I'm happy to share with you. It's not completed, but I'm happy to show you the work I'm working on with this, clear all drawings, where I'm working on the transparency and the most common. And this, I mean, that's why when I gave you that one from Common Core Appendix A, I would say, what's the most common? Let me get this for you. Here we go. I'm going to tell my kids, okay, you know what? We're going to start with what you see here. We're going to start with the and E for the Y, as well as the Y sound. We're going to start with I've got the continuance of the top, the F, ooh. We're going to start with the most common sound of all these. But notice how I have some of these green and some of these yellow. The yellow ones, it could say something else. So I want them to recognize that we're going to learn another sound for that letter later. Right now, I want you to start here. Does that make sense, Melissa? It's just helping them recognize that you're going to get another way of sound. This way, when they come up with his and is and was, they don't say, oh, that's crazy. Nope, that's an alternate sound for the S. So notice how we've got here, both of them on this one, because it's so common. I'm looking at the commonality first, helping them with what's more common before thinking about what's less common. So I'll put this in the chat box for people to explore, because I have a lot more explanation on all of that there. Okay, putting that in the chat box. And this is for us to think about, and I'm just going to pull up this slide, see what's changed there since I did it. Again, there's that W that I would take off. I don't have the F on there. So again, food for thought, what things to make. Let's see if I took the F on that one. I took the F because of that imperfect. Again, I would put it back on with the asterisk. And I would put an asterisk on the W. 7, 8, 9, 10. Interesting. There was one missing. And then on the bottom are those sounds, because I think one of you put in TH. Well, And th can only be represented by a th. So the top one is going from the symbol to the sound, and the next one is going from the sound to symbol. The ah is pretty much almost always written with an O, and except sometimes it's an A after a W, like in was and the what and want. Well, that want is an ah. It's kind of weird. And then the others, the b, l, p, v, are pretty much always written by the B, L, P, or V, except for the word of. It's important for us to know more than our students on this. No worries, Kimberly, we come and go as we need. Okay, so let's get to the 1 to 2s. This is where we have a lot of work to do. And I'm going to give you opportunities with your partners in your breakout rooms to practice a lot of this stuff. So, and I'll come around during that time, since everybody's been really good about just being in your rooms and not having to need help. I can come in and help you and pop into different rooms. So when we have more than one way of spelling something, again, we've talked about the homonyms that are coming from historical changes. And I want you to think about meaning. Look at those examples with heel. You can connect it to either health or you connect it to feet. So you see the EEA or the EE. Sorry, I'm getting a little warm. I'm going to turn off my heat. Okay. And the sound placement can dictate choice. And this is where we have one of the activities we're going to do in the Jamboard is thinking about which letter combinations or which letters next to each other are allowed in English and which aren't. And when I say allowed, it's just we just don't do that. Either we can't say it with our mouths, or it's just a pattern we don't do anymore, or if we ever did. So that's one of the exercises we'll have in the chat box for you to explore in the exploration in the Jamboard. I have a lot of things for you to explore with this. So we'll be giving that in just a moment. I was just checking to make sure it's all there. Okay, in the meantime, let's talk about what I mean by this. So you might have heard George Bernard Shaw say, English is crazy, you can spell fish, G-H-O-T-I. Right? Because the GH making the in enough, the O and the I, the O and GHOTI making the is sound like in women, and then the TI making the sh sound in nation. I'm going to tell you no, because the GH, if it's at the beginning, it's going to make G like in ghost or ghoul. And the O in the middle of a single syllable word is going to represent awe. And the TI would not say sh at the end of there, it would say T or T. And that we just don't have any words in English that end in an I. So I'm sorry, George Bernard Shaw, you are wrong. You can't spell it that way because of these conventions. This is what we're talking about, orthographic conventions. And I'm just going to pull all this up so we can see some of these that we're talking about, the influences on spelling. We've got the etymology, that's the Old English and the Old French and the Old Latin and Italian. And what we have here, we have French and charade. The GH in spaghetti is Italian. The QU is Latin based. I think that comes through us from Spanish and mosquito. Where is it in a syllable? Remember, I mentioned that GH. It makes f at the end, but at the beginning it makes G. Same thing we talked about the TI and the O. The meaning and the morphological structure. We spell and that played with an ED, so it represents the meaning. We talked about that earlier. And then sounds before or after. In English, we don't make s with a P, we don't write SF. We do SPH. It's a Greek influence. So that SF is, that combination is not very common from what I can tell. It's mostly occurring in Greek words, and it's only spelled with the PH in the beginning of words. In other cases where we hear it's usually in the middle of word, but crossing syllables like transform, but that's not in a single word, it's crossing a morpheme, trans and form like that. Okay, lots to explore. I'm going to give you a preview of some of the things in the Jamboard, and then I'm going to give you time to talk about all this stuff. So, and then we're going to come back and talk about a whole group. So I have listed some common orthographic conventions. I also put my guide into the chat, but that'll give you a lot of answers that you might not be ready for. So these are some common orthographic conventions that we're going to talk about why things are spelled the way they are, why you do this. We're going to talk about the why together after I give you a chance to talk about them in your small groups. I'm going to give you an opportunity to do a spelling sound sort, to talk about why you would spell these the way they are, how you could use this to support your kids. And I'm going to take us to the Jamboard and explain all those others as well. Okay, we have somebody who's stepping away for a moment, and I'll make sure that she's in a group of 4, not a group of 3. Okay, so in our Jamboard, remember I said some of these are not allowable. You can go into your Jamboard. If you want to make your own Jamboard for each group, you can make a copy here. And if you go down to make a copy, see these 3 little dots. That way each group has their own and everyone's not writing on the same one, but or you can write on the same one, just have different colors, however you want it to do that. This is those allowable combinations or placement of combinations. So I want you to think about which ones we don't do in English and why not, and how do we teach that to our kids. You'll notice at the beginning here, when we start talking about digraphs and trigraphs, when do we use them? The beginning, the middle, the end. When we talk about silent letters, you mentioned those, Joe, that like the B in dumb or lamb. Do these come at the beginning, the end, or either? And this came from Louisa Moats. Here are those common orthographic conventions that I was just showing that you can be exploring in your groups. Here's that sort. Let's see, I think. Oh, and this is one we're going to do later, but if you want to jump into that, you can as well. That's up. I already gave away part of it. So we'll go past 12 then. Okay, so we have here, starting with 8, with beginning or ending, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. A lot of things to be exploring. And we're going to give you quite a bit of time. Oh, wait a minute. It's lunchtime. Nobody told me that. So I see a lot of people saying they have to step away. So we're going to do this after lunch. When we come back from lunch, I'm going to put you into breakout rooms and you can be working. Whoops, I didn't mean to duplicate that. If you want to explore and think about them on your own, make your own copy, you can do that. Or you could just relax and have lunch. I see it's 11:43 and we'll go into our breakout rooms when we come back. I know that there are some people who want a full hour and some need a full hour. There's some people who prefer 45, half an hour. So we're going to compromise at 45 minutes. So we'll come back together at 12:30. And we'll be in breakout rooms for a good 15 minutes. And so that way people will not be missing anything. They'll come back for the whole group discussion. Okay, so it's 1 minute early. I don't think anybody's going to mind on that. We'll have flexible time. So I'm going to pause the recording. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be talking about the things that we were chatting about in on the breakout rooms. So I will start with the digraphs, trigraphs, and silent consonants. These are the most common lists, but I thought it useful to think about where do they come in a word, because I think that that's something important to think about for kids. As for example, you don't want to just teach them that some of these could be willy-nilly because some of them can't. So I think that I hope that led to some good conversations for you. So let's start there, and I'll move them if somebody wants to tell me what to do. I guess it looks like people didn't move them on the main one. And let's have a conversation. How does this feel? Are we comfortable with this? Let's move them as we talk. Who would like to start verbalizing?
CH can go in either.
Okay, keep me going.
T, CH, and D, G, E at the end.
Right at the end of the word, right after a short vowel.
We did think of some Russian English words that have the TCH at the beginning. I think.
Like
it doesn't, yeah, like tchotchke.
I would probably not work with that with my kids for a while. I would say let's put that in an ND only. It comes at the end of a word right after short vowel in the English words. But thanks for that, Danielle. I appreciate it.
SH would be either.
Like fish or ship.
GH either.
but different sounds though, isn't it? At
Uh-huh.
the beginning, it's gonna be ghost, and at the end, it's that enough for rough. CK goes with these three, and not only are they at the end only, but they also come at the end of a word right after a short vowel. That's a key piece with those in mind as well. Thank you, Lisa. WH only at the beginning. Yes. TH would be either. PH, it's funny because at first I was thinking no, but then, you know, if you think about graph and enough, and there was an interesting conversation about the NG. I'd be curious what groups came up with that. And while someone's volunteering, someone said ending. Oh yeah, that was an ending only. Was that? Oh, it was a different one that we were having a conversation. I'll come back to that one. I remember now. Okay, any conversation? Everybody feel like that went well? Was that useful? I think it would be useful for my kids, but that's just me. Any other thoughts on this one? Thanks, Jana. The reason why I think it's useful is because if we think about how do we determine and build our knowledge of what's allowable and what's not allowable here in 13, how do you, was it, no, sorry, 12, it's all about statistics. This is something some of our kids might not pick up on automatically. We might need to help them on that. Okay, same thing with this one. Some of these are beginning or ending, or probably not either on this one. I think I just used the same background. But we had an interesting conversation. Well, was it the GN? We said either like nat or sign. I was with a group who was talking about that.
MN would be either too.
Like a mnemonic or him.
Or column. Yeah, or column. Yeah.
That's an interesting one, column, because you've got, it's actually acting as two syllables there. Column, nope, right, no, never mind. Ism would be two. I'm misspeaking on that. Column, it's a silent N. But isn't that interesting that at the beginning it's a silent M in mnemonic, but at the end it's a silent M in N, column, silent. You see, you're pronouncing it differently depending where it is. But that's the complications of language. Okay, let's keep us going. LK, ending only.
PS, beginning only.
That would be a KN only at the beginning. Lamb and calm. We looked this one up. I was with I think Aaron, your group, right? We looked at RH. And there were, I think, one or two words where it was ending. So I'm really going to put it here. Joe, yes, cops and steps and anything plural, but in that case, neither of those letters is silent. So that's why we put it at the beginning only. PS and ST either. ST
Either.
But if I have ST at the beginning as a blend, I hear them both. When is one of them silent? The only example I can think of is castle.
The beginning.
Can you give me an example of one in the beginning where one of those letters is silent?
No.
The only one I can think of is
not on the spot, not just to think about that. Sorry.
It came to me from Louisa Moats, and I'm not sure she sorted them. I think she just listed them. I'd have to find that page where it came through, and this was in her most recent book, Speech to Print. And the only example I can think of with the ST is castle. Does anybody else have another? Here's what we're going to do is we're going to see where has ST at the beginning. Are those at the end?
Like mistletoe. Mistletoe.
What's hard with this one look is I'm
Wrestle.
Look at where we can pronounce them. Wrestle. So it does seem to be in the middle, doesn't it? Wrestle, castle, missile. And anytime one of those is silent, where were we on the next one? I'm going to get rid of that copy one. Oops, we are on. I don't know which one I was working on. Okay, so the ST we could make it a middle rather than an either. Epistle, I love that too. Wrestle, those are great examples of where one of those two letters is silent. Okay, we had Psychology, walk, rhinoceros. Like I said, we did find 1 or 2 that had RH at the end, but not many. If we go star RH, and I'll put this site in the website in the chat box for you. Notice we found myrrh. Where was it? I thought it was. There is myrrh is the most common. Qatar, burr, those just aren't real words. So that's why we were putting RH at the beginning. Thank you for helping out. I love it. So this is an interesting exercise, isn't it? Because to help kids recognize that WR, okay, yes, it's weird, but it's only the beginning. So what was I think missed the silent letters. Yep, these ones, oh, I missed that. This is by digraphs and trigraphs on the first one, silent letters on this one. My apologies on that. Okay, I'll label that better next time. Food for thought. Okay. Let's look at some of these. Now, granted, I have been in a lot of programs that teach KN as, where's KN? As a digraph. And I really appreciated looking at Louisa Mosley when she's not calling it a digraph, because I don't like calling a digraph. For me, a digraph is 2 letters that are making a new sound. Where in this case, it's 2 letters that are representing one sound together, but it's really, that sound is one of those 2 letters. So I appreciated calling these, I'll go back here to this table, which is where I got them. I should write the page number on here for the people who do have speech to print. That's where this came from. Not in that order. I think I just listed them. I'll have to look and see. I'll put the page number on for next time. But I just thought that was interesting to calling these silent letter combinations instead of digraphs and trigraphs. I thought that was useful. Again, because KN, we often teach it as a digraph. I mean, but why not? And we do teach WR as a digraph. But what about those others? LM, like in column, or the MB, like in comb? I just think that was interesting food for thought on that. Okay, where were we else? We did that one. Let's go to this list. Now we've pulled out the WR as not a digraph. I can update this as a silent letter combination, but the reason why I have it here is that there is a strategy we can teach kids when to use WR instead of R. Now, one, we've already established it comes only at the beginning, but also there is a meaning connection between all the letters that start with WR, all the words that start with WR. Erin, do you remember what that meaning is? You can just nod.
I think so. I don't know if I can verbalize it, but like I can hear it in my head, if that makes sense.
So think about words that all have the WR. Your wrist.
You're right.
When you write, when you're wrong, when you wrestle, when you wrap something, when you wring something, like to wring out a towel. Try to think of other examples. Those are the best ones I'm coming up with. What do all those have to do, a connection, the meaning throughout all those words? Even a wren flies in a way that is twisting. Those all have to do with twisting. So when look for connections and meanings, they turn, they twist. When you're wrong, you have a twisted idea or a turned idea. So this is one clue that we can help them make those connections and meaning. Same thing with your WHs have to do with questions. I saw a great thing on WH by, I'll have to find it and share it. Maybe when your next breakout rooms, I'll find it, about looking at WH not as a sound symbol connection, but looking at regarding meaning. So think about your question words, or if it's not a question word, it's usually an old English word, like, I mean, even whale. Again, I'm going to look at one look, which I didn't put in the chat box yet for you. I will. But let's look at which words start with WH. We'll put the asterisk afterward this time. And we've got it sorted by commonness and common words. And we look at some of these words. I mean, whiplash, that's whip, that's based on whip, and whole, and white, whacked, whitebait. I mean, they're not very common words. I mean, we're starting with the common, with most common at the top and then working down. But most of those are question words, or some really, really old words, whale and white and wheat. And you tell your kids, when you're going to probably get it right if you do a W first, There are a few of those that are WHs. We just have to learn the meaning of them. So let me put this site in for you to have your own fun with OneLook, onelook.com. Now it's also a plain dictionary site. If I put in a word, you can look for quite quick definitions. You'll read it to you, but then it'll also find wherever it finds it in other dictionaries there as well. And it will link to Edum Online, which I shared earlier, and it also will add in lots of other things that this is new, you can put some finding in verse. Oh, and concept groups, these are new. They're always adding to these things. So I really like OneLook. It's one of my favorites. Okay, while I'm doing this, we're moving on to the other table. Hopefully people had a conversation about that. Make it to everyone here. All right, let's see what else we had on our list. So we already talked about the CK, TCH, DGE coming at the end of a word right after a short vowel. Hopefully everyone's comfortable with soft C and soft G. Although one thing that you may or may not have talked about is, what about these words? Think of another one. Try to think of other examples where you have the GI or GE or GY that isn't a soft J, or that isn't the J sound, it's a G. So can anyone talk about did you talk about soft C and soft G? What causes that? And if so, can you take that explanation and extrapolate it to other examples where it doesn't? Anyone get to that in your groups? Jonah, if you're sharing, we can't hear you. And where's my water? I must have left it upstairs. Jonah, you want to unmute and share?
I missed that whole thing. I had a group of people come in, sorry.
Oh, no worries, no worries.
So I was just reading out loud.
So the question, hopefully in your groups you had a chance to talk about soft C and soft G. What causes it? Why is it there? Why do we shift from a K to a S in EI, or when it's followed by an EI or Y? Aaron, you've got a language origin. And why do we shift the J to the G to a J when it's followed by EI or Y, like in gentle and gem and Jim? And why don't we with gift and girl? So Aaron's on the right track there with language origin. Which language? When in doubt, blame the French. The French invaded the British Isles in 1100 and they stayed for 200 years. So we have a lot of French in our language. And so when you have that soft C and soft G, it's all French origin. And when your kids say, I don't get it, why not gift and girl? Well, those are old Germanic words. Think of how we pronounce Angela with a French influence. But in Germany, you're going to pronounce it Angela with a G, G. So that's where I have my bing, ding, ding, light up moment with that one day. Okay. Did anyone talk about the reasons for E? Why is this E here in these examples? This one we talked about earlier because we don't end a word in a V and a J. We're going to also add, we don't end in words in I. We heard that earlier, or a U. And frankly, this dates back to when our language was handwritten and it was too hard to read. So they just stuck an E on the ends of everything. Not everything. I mean, when my kids say, is that an E or it's supposed to be? It's like, well, there's a reason for them. And Aaron, why? Go ahead, talk.
Doesn't it have to do with they added the E because if the S was at the end of the word, it made it look plural?
Mm-hmm. Okay, yes, Joe, GNU ends in U. That's pretty rare. Also flu, but that's short for influenza. I'd be curious. And even when you think of like this floss rules, things that don't end here, for example, bus is short for autobus. There's, I'm trying to think of others that PAL, I don't remember if that's short for anything, but when you look at the list of those that don't follow it, oftentimes they're short for something. And new, I think it's not really an English word. I'd have to look up the origin of that one, which even with my Edom Online, it looks like I closed it. But Erin, you're right, because this would be more than one cur, more than one moo, or what a cow does, and more than one mow, or that it makes it. Thank you, Joe. Must have looked that up for us. Appreciate that. Somebody has pushed back for me in the past on never doubling the V. If you think of revving, and which is a fairly new because it's short for revolutions. And I think that's the only example I can think. Oh, savvy. So it's pretty rare. So I'm going to take off the word double on that. And we talked about some of these silent letters, but also I want you, in fact, this is an old one. It should be the G that's silent here, not the N. And think about related words where you hear that word, or that letter, sorry, like autumn, autumnal. I think it's hilarious that we're having a discussion with new being African or Dutch. I think you're right on both of them, because I think it has to do with the Dutch colonization of Africa. Who knows? Anyway, autumnal, signal, bombard, hymnal. So sometimes you can hear those silent words if you find related words. Now, not all the time. That's one of the things we saw in some of these. Like if I say comb or dumb, I mean, dumbbell, you hear it, but I mean, sometimes it is, bombard, you will hear it, but not all the time. Sometimes they're just related words where you'll hear it because of analogy. I use that one, for example, and that from Erica Ockrent when she has the silent letters here in the silent L's in would, should, and could. In should, the L is connected to shall. In would, it's connected to will. And could, well, it sounds the same, so let's spell it the same. Frankly, we do the best we can with language. All right, a couple others left. How did we feel about this one? Anyone want to talk through how you could use this to recognize that the TCH comes at the end of a word right after a short vowel? And the same thing with the DGE. Does somebody want to unmute and talk about your discussion in this one, or do no one get there yet?
Our group didn't get there.
Thanks, Rebecca. I was just about to say you're a lot quieter in the afternoon.
We did talk about it, but we just, if you were going to spell the word, you would just try to hear the sound directly in front of the ch. And if it was a short vowel, then you would use TCH. And same with DGE.
And I've used these sorts for when your kids don't believe you. They're like, well, okay, let's look at a bunch of words that have ch at the end. All these words that have ch at the end, and notice it's right after that short vowel. But here I have an N before the ch. Here I have an ow before the ch. That's not short, is it? Or an E or an L or an ow. The same thing with the j here. This is a long U, huge, and an N and a long A and an R and an R and a consonant here. Yes, Melissa. Lunch, much, rich, and which. And you were right. And those are tricky. And so I want to look at the origin of it. And again, this is the most common. Those are commonly used words, and I'm going to work on some explanations for those. I don't have them yet. I think that's where we tell the kids, you know what? Let's look it up. Let's look up the origin. Let's see about why. Let's go to Edom Online and always get curious. All right. Lastly, speaking of curious, I think that I've talked to a couple of groups who are working on this. Who wants to start us off? Feel free to unmute. Let's do, or you can write on them, do them together. Which ones are not allowable and why?
We said flut wasn't allowed because it had two F's at the beginning.
2 F's can come at the end of a word right after a short vowel, but no need for it there. Thanks, Kelly Jo. Keep us going.
Erin has another one that we talked about because it follows a long E. It shouldn't be CK. And same with that get. I don't even know how you would pronounce it because that N would be silent, but it doesn't work.
Can't do an at the beginning of a word. Somebody else want to keep them going? I heard another group talking about these, I thought.
grok should end in a CK, not a K.
Mhm. Yep. How about this one, DGE? It should be after a short vowel, not a long.
Screech, the one at the end, that should be SCR, right?
Yes, SCR, not SKR. Mhm. Two more, I think.
The double I.
And now somebody could push back and say, what about taxiing? Pretty rare. And not in the middle of a word, unless not in the middle of an English word. We'll do it with Hawaii, Caribbean, I'm thinking of Caraïbe, but that's French. Caribbean. That's pretty much it. We don't do the double I. And lastly, we would have an OI rather than an OY in the middle here. So I know you guys were working. My question to you is, did you also chat and talk about these and have some thoughts that you want to share with us before we move on? Because this is hard stuff. That's a lot of work you all did. Give yourselves a round of applause.
For this particular one, I relied on my group for the rules because I knew which ones were wrong, because I just know, we know it because it's part of our reading ability, but I don't even think I've ever been taught the rules. So if I wasn't teaching students, I wouldn't know most of these because I wasn't taught that way. So to go back and say, why is it wrong? That's it. I mean, I think that's a really great exercise because I wouldn't have known unless I looked up rules.
That's what I love about this. And even in our groups, we're like, well, let's look it up. For example, someone mentioned, lunch. Oops, that didn't go, that wasn't in my, I was in the right place for that. Let's try Edema Online and look at lunch here. Let's look it up. Let's figure it. And I totally appreciate that it's an exploration piece. And I want my kids to get curious, not just accept that's the way it's spelled. Well, why? Because if you understand the why behind it, thanks, Erin. I was working to find that. Then you can, it's there. That's why the CH, look, it's short for something. It's short for luncheon and munchin in Italy. That's fascinating. Someone saying that they struggle with Edema Online. It takes practice. So that's it. As I said, sometimes when things are shorter for something, let's try, you mentioned rich. Old German, it used to be Reich, and it was powerful, rich. And so I'm going to look at strong, powerful, mighty. Old English was spelled rice. Interesting, reach. I'm curious how this was pronounced. Fascinating how language changes, isn't it? And then the other one you mentioned, rich, lunch, where'd it go? Oops, I can't see it anymore. There we go. And much. Let's pull it as well. Again, it's just helping us look into the why. Again, Old English, very times. So when people say, oh, it used to be longer, Mitchell, that kind of makes sense too. So looking into the why when they say, why is this, like when my son said, Mom, that K-N-I-G-H-T, well, we used to pronounce it differently. Another thing I want to draw attention to is with this one, is kind of a truism that I've learned through looking at words so much and looking at when we use those double L's or the double F's, is that we write with as few letters as we can, as many as we have to. And so oftentimes we'll add in another letter to differentiate between words. So for example, look at these homonyms here, or these homophones, sorry. And we've got the kind of helping words or prepositions along the top. We call those function words. And we have the content words that have meaning on the bottom. And so when we have additional meaning, we add an additional letter. So that's where I would add the TWO here under TOO. And this is why we have, you know, the IE and die and lie and vi and tie. We need that stronger. It's a content word. Having two letters just would not work. We definitely don't have LI or DY, but we do DYE, like to dye your hair. And LYE is, you know, it's something used to make soap. So you can see those origins. Okay. I'm seeing you guys need to get moving. So hopefully you're going to be standing and stretching soon. Let me see. We're going to go until 1:45 is our break. Let's get into a little bit about, okay, we've talked about historical influences. I want us to get into the teaching of this stuff. So I'm going to skip over. Oh, we're going to go to some really rare patterns. Historical influences we talked about a little bit, so I'll just briefly bring this up. Again, this comes to the Y, the Old English. And remember, I mentioned that French has brought so much into our language. And so you've got all these French influences. These are on that handout I showed you. And this was a sort that I did remember earlier. I said the CH could be ch, if it's an Old English word. That's set number 2. Those all say sh, and those were French. I gave it away earlier, so I might as well just tell you now. And then the last one is in chorus. And school comes from this. And so you help again your kids recognize that CH, yes, we teach them CH says chair, like in chair. But then it can make, remember, this is a flexible one. It could be a sh, like in chef, or it could be like in chorus. And if somebody has another sound I'm missing, I'd love to hear it, because sometimes, you know, there are things that we all learn from each other. Okay, so we've talked about the green, the yellow, and then the red are those really rare patterns. So somebody mentioned earlier wanting to have an SLP. I had an SLP once, said she had a kid who came up to her and said, okay, I know that this says g, t. So what's this g, t? And that's where you help them recognize, okay, this is again that imperfect relationship between speech and print. When these letters are working together, we have A and we have T. Now A written is EIGH is pretty rare, but you've got sleigh and way and neighbor. And when it comes to those yellow sounds, I'm going to bring it up later in teaching, but I'm going to show you actually a resource right now for it, because I think it's really useful for you. So in our, where's our folder? Here it is, ADA compliant handouts. We're going to go to the keywords for yellow cards. And after our break, when I talk about teaching yellow cards and green cards and yellow cards, I will explain how to use these. But right now I'm just going to show it as an example for us to think about the commonalities. Now, kind of like what you saw in that Appendix A, this is starting with the sounds and what are the most common spellings of those. Notice we're starting with the vowel sounds, and then we have those on the consonants on the next page. Now, it's not all of them. It's the ones where there are multiple sounds or multiple spellings for that sound. And so you can see this could be spelled with an S or C-E-C-I-C-Y. Notice the Z. We have the S first because it's more common than a Z. Now, a Z will consistently say Z. And if it's at the beginning of a word, you're going to choose a Z. But at the end of a word, if it's going to be a plural, you're going to use an S. Or if it's in, like, for example, nose, at the end of the word, it's a lot less common to use a Z unless it's going to be a double Z, like in fuzz or buzz, things like that. So I find this useful to look at how many different ways are there to spell those different sounds. Okay. So when we've got the weird ones, what do? We teach them in relationships. I've worked with this one a lot because people always talk about said being weird and unusual. And I think, well, yes, and. Let's look at the relationships between say and said, and look at how it compares to pay and paid and lay and laid. Now, laid and paid and said don't rhyme. The laid and paid do, but said doesn't. But I'm looking at the relationships. It's the past tense of say. Just like paid is the past tense of pay and laid is the past tense of lay. And then someone said, well, what about stayed? Why didn't we do that the same way? I have a couple theories. I mean, one, and we've got that ST instead of just a single letter. But two, I'm wondering if it has to do with when it came into our language. That ED is the easier way to make things past than changing it in the middle or in the beginning there, or changing that Y to I. And this is where when, for example, someone tells me they and their, and this is when Louisa Motes and I disagree on some of these things. She and I haven't had conversation about it, but she calls this one a irregular red word, one that you have to memorize, just like said. And I think, well, really, let's think about your base word is they. And how often do we change a Y to I? You know, and those are both related to them. Notice we've all start with the THE. So again, let's teach them in relationships, and that will help your kids make these connections. Here's another relationship one between goes, gone, and going. Not a problem, right? But your kids often have a problem with does, don't they? How many of your kids struggle to write does? Or adults? So show the relationship between its base word go or the base word do, and let's add that suffix, in this case, es, ne, and ing. We've already talked about these ones, and then here are some other relationships we can talk about, is looking at the ch connecting to the gh here, the same thing with here in teach and taught and catch and caught. Show these relationships as much as possible. Okay. All right, so let's jump into what we're going to be doing to teach this stuff. This is whoops, I need to clear off things. And then we'll give you an opportunity to talk to each other soon and work with this stuff. This is an illustration of the structured literacy framework that OSPI and the Dyslexia Advisory Council and I have written. And we used to have a PDF of it on the website, but right now it's not working. So let's see if this link works for us. Because I took it down. Yes, this one works. Is this the newest one? Yes. So I'm going to take this from my chat box for you and put it into the chat box so you can see when we talk about what do we do for kids with dyslexia, what do we do for our kids who are struggling. This is our definition of structured literacy. And so this is the expanded version where you can see all the expansions here. But today we're really focusing on that orthographic knowledge piece, that recognizing the orthographic knowledge and proficiency, we're recognizing the sound symbol correspondences. But I wanted to show you the big picture of where it fits in. And particularly that we start with the frame of oral language knowledge and proficiency. From there, we figure out what are the sounds in language, how are those represented in print, how do we do those automatically, that's the fluency piece, and then how do we make sure that we are understanding written language all along the way. So this is from that document. And I think this one we've already talked about, but I just had this when I was taking it from a module that I'm creating for statewide. So I'm just going to give us a moment and take a look at this definition and think about anything new or anything that we've talked about today, any connections you make. I'm just going to give us a moment to read it to ourselves. If there's anybody who can't read it closely and need it auditorily, just let me know. I'll give us a pause for us to read this. And then I'll ask you, how did we do? When you're done, give me a thumbs up. I'm seeing a few. Anybody have any comments on that? From all the things we talked about this morning, did we nail it? Okay, good. If not, let me know. I will continue to work on it. Let's do a warm-up of this teaching piece. So going back to though before we do that, I will say we're going to put this back in the framework. What I didn't address is the outside part, and that's the how. So the inside is the what, and the outside is the how. And so those are the pieces that we try to infuse, and we'll be talking about. Number one, I think we've been talking about throughout the day is making sure we're direct and explicit, and you can't teach what you don't know. The systematic, sequential, and cumulative will be in some of the aspects of scopes and sequences we can look at, although I appreciate that somebody put earlier that there is no really, research is not agreed upon one right scope and sequence, but we want to make sure that, and there are some tips that you'll see in this document where we talk about, let me make it bigger for us all. Whoops, not with that tool, I won't. I'll do here. Under the explicit and direct, we have segmenting complex skills into manageable tasks, modeling, thinking loud to address important features, etc. That systematic sequence, let's have a scope and sequence that builds in complexity and includes frequent review of taught skills. So this is a document. If you haven't had a chance to explore it, I definitely invite you to do so. And we'll be going through as much as we can throughout the day. Okay, let's get into this warm-up. How many of these words are decodable? This should be an interesting conversation after all we've done this morning.
Like 100% decodable, or like part of the word decodable?
How many of them can you explain? I'll put the source, you can get all Fry 100. These are the first, I think, 20 of the first 20 from Fry's first 100 set. And you don't have to put it in the chat box. You can just think about this. We'll revisit it later. I'll just give you a moment with them. We'll come back to that, Kelly Jo. Well, Aaron, that OU could be an oo in soup, too. It's pretty rare. That E, Y, and they. Let's think of other examples where EY would be an A sound. Pretty rare. I'd have to think about some more examples of that. I think of the EY like making an E, like in key or monkey. The was. That W was affecting it. Remember earlier we were saying the sound. So is it a schwa? Was, as. Yes. And that's the thing. One of the things that's fascinating about schwa is that somebody had a great example recently. If you think even about the word can, C-A-N, if you say it in isolation, you think it's a regular, clear, green flag word, if you want to call it. No problem, right? Say it naturally. I can go to the store. You don't say, I can go. We say, I can go. So it's an unstressed, it becomes schwad, just like the was is kind of a schwad concept there. The was, it's not a content word, so it doesn't get stress. And the W does affect the vowel sound. Think of even the W-O as in worth and worthy and world. It makes a weird sound. So the W is influencing the vowel sound on that. The others to think about. Okay, hold your numbers. We'll come back to this. All right, so how do we develop this? This is one of the things that people say to me, okay, I know my kids don't know their sound symbol connections. What do I do? Well, number one, we have to make sure that they work with a lot of sounds and with letters. We have to pay attention to the alphabetic principle, that they understand the directionality. And as I've said before, their print knowledge, understanding that print relates to speech. How do I help build their directionality is through their writing. How do I help build this sound symbol correspondence memory and knowledge through their writing. So this is kind of an overview of how these things fit together, that your phonemic awareness and your print knowledge build and contribute to your alphabetic knowledge, which contributes to your knowledge of the alphabetic principle there. So going from the smaller units of phonemes to bringing in your letter sound relationships with letters, forms, and letter names, and then adding into larger units of syllables and regular spelling patterns and letter combinations, all of those. So getting those larger units. Oh, look what I have. Remember earlier I mentioned the expanded simple view of reading? Here's what I was talking about. So notice how you have those concepts a bit of print contributing to my alphabetic coding skill. But it also is going to contribute to my linguistic knowledge. It's going to go under that background knowledge in that first column on the left. So I'm going to give you the link to this article that has this, which was a reaction to Nell Duke's criticism of that simple view of reading. I'm just going to pause here for a minute because there's a little bit of complexity, and it's also a simpler way of trying to encompass the complexity that you saw in the reading rope. So it's just another version of that. I think it's useful, but I also think the bridge between the two is where we have the fluency. And fluency is really based so much on my understanding of grammar, that syntax, and what meaning, the semantics. It's a lot, I know. There's a lot of stuff here. All right, let's get into how do we do this. Number one, we need to bring meaning to it. Always make it meaningful. That's the strategy that I'm going to emphasize here. If I asked you to memorize any one of these three lists, put a number in the chat box. Which one do you think would be the easiest one for you to memorize? Everyone's saying one. Everyone? Anybody say anything other than one? Raise your hand. I've had some people with dyslexia say I would do three because I could make a word out of it. Kns, basm, sti, or stuff, but nonetheless, I might have some problems with because those vowels would be wrong. Erin, you're a special. We have some special educators. NASP is the National Association of School Psychologists. CEC is Council for Exceptional Children. IEE is Independent Educational Evaluation. And evidence-based reading instruction. That's why I agree with you then the maybe. But everyone's saying one. They don't have a problem with that. Why is that? They're common. You know what they mean, don't you? You might not remember exactly what it stands for, but Joe, as you say, you know it. I mean, SPCA is the Society for Prevention, I always think protection, but of something about cruelty to animals. We see it all the time. I love how, Jonah, you're even calling it a word. Yeah, they're just lists of letters, but we see these as words. Okay, because hence, that we say this, we remember it, we are noticing our visual input, but we are storing it phonologically. So the first thing we need to make sure is what we are teaching these sound symbol associations. So I'm going to give you some resources to practice and take a long look at, because the question is, number one, what do your kids need? So I'm going to put some practice activities and exercises. FBI, NFL. Okay, excuse me. We're going to try and make sure all of these links work for you to take a moment and look at some letter naming sounds. Do your kids know the sounds of all the letters? So that's the first thing, is knowing where to begin with your kids. Slingerland has an assessment where you look at all of the cards and you go through all the cards first with visually, and then you go through the cards with the sounds auditorily, and then you go through them. So you first you say, tell me the letter name visually, then you show them visually, you tell them, then tell me the letter sound. Then I'm going to give you the sound, you tell me the letter name, and then I'm going to give you the sound and you write it. That's the Slingerland assessment. Abecedarian, I can't remember if it's in there or not. I found it online at one point. It's just looking for individual letters. Do they know their letter names and letter sounds? Nonsense word tests, I think, are a great place to start. Writing samples tell you a lot, and so do spelling tests. So I'm just going to give you a moment, make sure you can click on all those and those work for you. I can pull them up too, and we can check those links for us because they're resources for you to be testing out, seeing what do your kids know, what do they not know. It's just abecedarian. Nope, just a letter name scoring sheet. So does anybody else have any tools that they like to use to assess your students' knowledge? I mean, most of your curricula will come with one, but in case they don't, or you don't have one, that's why I'm giving you these. Acadians has a good one. Is that free or is it part of your core phonics? I think that might be free as well. Acadians and iReady are your curricula, are they not? I try and give you free stuff. I think the core phonics is free, Erin. Yep, here it is. Letter names, letter sounds. The PSAT, or do you mean the past? Melissa, you mean the past? Yeah. That's okay. The core book for core assessments, but it's also free. I've actually met them once and said, do you realize a lot of your stuff's online for free? And they're like, yeah, we're good. We're happy with people using it. The really great reading I pulled up, the nonsense word test, this one by Scholastic, I love. I use this all the time, regardless of what age. And a few reasons. And one thing, if you haven't used this, I highly recommend trying it. We'll see if we have time for us to try it with each other. But I love trying it because it gives you an idea of, number one, what these feel like, but two, what some of the students' mistakes might be on these, common mistakes. This not only tells you, do they know their sound-symbol correspondences, but are they paying attention to the letters that they're seeing? So remember when Natasha was saying earlier, she has kids who don't pay attention to the words, they'll just skip, and you can't do that here. You have to look at the letters. Not now, okay, I say you can't, and they will try. For example, I had students read this with a ch, or this with a sh. This they would read as fizz, perhaps. This they would read as plum. This inevitably was thirst. This would be brick. Let me see some of the other vowels down. I'll go up to the top part first, since I'm here. This one kids read as do it. This one, it came out as spawned. Now there could be a couple of reasons for that. One, they could be looking at that U upside down. Or Kelly Jo say and now say d. Notice how the n is getting your mouth ready for the d. The n and the d are the same. It's just one is stopped and one is continued. So it's just some of the common mistakes our kids have made. And I see something coming into the chat box. It isn't free, but the letters, phonics, and word reading surveys. Okay. Again, anything that's like this that can give you that information of what your kids know, that's where you want to start. And then I have a spelling one as well. I think Louisa Moats has a good one in, this one works their way, I think. And I've seen Louisa Moats put some of those in her books as well. The key piece here is you're not looking just at the words as a whole, and notice how these are building in skills, but also what are the different parts of the words do they learn, and can they show you? So for example, you can turn your head here. I'll turn it. Oh, I don't think I can turn it. It's not letting me. Oh, here we go. Rotate. Here we go. So notice how you can look at consonant digraphs, blends, vowel patterns. It really helps you see what your kids know and what you don't know. Spelling is going to be your best insight into that. Okay, I'm going to give you a moment to talk to your partner a moment, but I want to just give you a few more teaching tips on these, and then we'll go into some practice, because also I've been talking much and a lot gives you time. You need to talk. Okay. We're still talking about green teaching associations. Where do we start? Is it print to speech or speech to print? And frankly, my perspective is both. I know that there's a lot of research that says speech to print is going to be the strongest bang for your buck when it comes to making these connections for your kids. The engagement piece was a turn to talk to your partner, but I will go into, you can write down your own thoughts on this and have a moment when we get into breakout rooms. But the reason why I say both is because reading is a print to speech activity. Our kids have to get that. Now, when I go from speech to print and writing, it's going to help me build those connections. And so that's really a strength for why there's so much research supporting from speech to print. But I think it's really key to keep thinking about what are the benefits of both. Notice on this chart, we have the visual prompt that's going from print to speech. It's converting those printed words to their spoken form. That's the reading. It's what it's reading. And then down at the bottom, these are some activities we could do. You see me bringing up my flashcards. We can have kids decoding words on paper, on the board. We can be reading. And then, of course, on the other side with auditory, it's the opposite. The orthographic mapping. It's we're connecting those sounds to the words that are in the printed form. Okay. Now, regardless of where I was going to stop, I think it's time for you to talk to each other again. I'm going to put this up first, just some tips for you to talk about with each other as you're in your breakout groups. So these are some suggestions that comes from David Kilpatrick. And I want you just to go through them and talk about which of the ones feel good to you, which one might you adjust the wording of. I can see one already that I want to talk about. But which of these do your programs follow? And which of them do you feel like need a little bit more work in some of your programs? So helping the letter sound knowledge. So I'm going to go into breakout rooms, give you the opportunity to talk to each other, and then we'll have a few bit more of my tips, and then we'll talk again. Oh, because it's almost break time too. So actually, I'm going to put us into breakout groups for this last 5 minutes. We'll go into a 10-minute break, and we'll come back as a whole group at 2 o'clock. Actually, 1:55. So I'm going to pause the recording. Zoom recording. I'll start, and then I want to hear from you and your groups and your discussions. I don't like the word exposures. So that's the number one thing I want us to shift on this is I want to change this to experiences. And I have in some places, and I don't always remember. Because remember when we said earlier, just showing things to kids is not going to get it in their brains. They need to be experiencing it, doing something with it, reading it, writing it, multiple experiences with that sound symbol connection. So I want to make that red, not black, because I feel so strongly about, let's not just expose them to it. Let's have them do something with it. And that's really to help make, oops, that's not working. To help make sure it solidifies in their brains. How about from the rest of you? What else do you want to talk about here? I'll just put my keys or fingers on the right keys. I'm going to hit enter here. What were some things that you talked about in your groups? Who would like to start?
We talked about using the different modalities, multiple modalities to help commit whatever you're teaching and they're learning to the memory in multiple spots. So
read it, write it, say it. Let's experience it in many different ways.
We talked about that too, but I appreciated that although we had tons of ideas for how to do that, it is actually multiple modalities are being used, even in just the act of reading out loud, following with your finger. I mean, you don't have to like go get the sand trays and do all these creative things. You can't, it is working all of the modalities as well. And I find it interesting that in Orton Gillingham, your cue for a mistake that a kid makes is different depending on if they are visually miscuing or auditorily miscuing or kinesthetically miscuing. So it's really interesting to me that before the teacher's allowed to give them a prompt of any kind, they ask a different modality. So if they're having a hard time looking at a card and coming up with the sound for that, they ask the hand to trace the card. And then sometimes just the movement of the hand brings it out. So I thought that was interesting.
Well, and I think that part of that too is depending on how it's inputted. Because when I brought that up recently to one of my Slingerland instructors in my very first Slingerland class back in 2001. I said, I'll never forget in the training, she had a kid up at the pocket chart and he was trying to remember what letter made a certain sound. And let's say it was F. And he's standing there looking at all the letters, going, couldn't remember which letter made that sound. She said, put your arm up, you'll know. And he did. He put his arm up and boom, light bulb went off. The kid starts tracing F fish in the air. And when
That's what I mean. That right there.
And when I brought that up to her, she said, it's because we remember how we input. And he had inputted that into his memory through that F fish. So in order to retrieve it, he put his arm out and bingo, F fish came out, because that's how he had inputted it. So if you input writing on paper, or if you input it writing on this, however you input, you want to use that input strategy to trigger the memory. And you notice that I'm using 2 fingers rather than 1. It's a stronger connection. And also you don't want to have any loose wrist, because I invite you to try it. Write your name with a loose wrist and then write your name with a stiff wrist. You'll feel the difference between the letters more if you have your wrist stiff than if you just are floppy.
And that is why I have some small opinions on handwriting, because some people say, oh, you can just let them do whatever, like start at the bottom or whatever. And I'm like, no, this is really important because it'll trigger other parts of their brain. You know?
I see Jonah reacting the same way that I am. It is extremely important to me. And it's funny because when my kids were younger and my own son, he said, Mom, why does it matter? And I said, because we're teaching your brain. Remember, I said earlier, directionality. We teach your brain that in English, we read and write from top to bottom and left to right. So when you've got a 4th grader who's still pushing away or pulling up from the bottom, you know that this kid is probably struggling to read as well as to write, because he's struggling with that directionality. And sure enough, I was testing a 4th grader who had that same exact situation. And so we had to work with him and say, we read and write from top to bottom and left to right. Now, if I switch to cursive, oh my goodness, it's going to be so much easier worrying about where on earth do I start everything, because everything starts at the baseline in cursive. But that's not the way it is in manuscript. And I think that's, I used to agree with Beth Slingerland that start them with cursive right in the beginning. But I do see when your kids are struggling with directionality, it helps to follow that, pull down, and you can see that's the cursive one behind me here, printing. Let's practice making our grass. Let's practice making our mountains, our circles, our loop-ties, so that we are practicing. Let me move this over here. And we're getting our hands and our body ready to be writing and recognizing that reading-writing connection, top to bottom, left to right. Fantastic. We've had a couple good pieces. Anything else anybody wants to add from your conversation that we haven't touched on? And that goes out to those visual features of letters. I mean, notice how when you make the A, we start at 2 o'clock and circle around. And somebody pointed out to me how Danielian right now starts at the midline and comes like this. And it's like, well, okay. But even in cursive, you're going to trace around to, I went too far, to 2 o'clock and come back. So we think about your 2 o'clock letters, even in the A and the G comes as the same way, and the D and the Q, those are all your 2 o'clock letters. And that's what when we're pointing out the visual features, where are they the same, where are they different? Somebody asked in the chat box about B and D. This is the same, and let me see if the next, here we go. I've got some blank space to work with. Okay, so with the B and the D, there are many different strategies. I will tell you some of the things that, for number one, my best recommendation is, no one's gonna be surprised by this, you've been with me all day, writing. But also it's how, just like Melissa had said, let's think about our lined paper here, and the B pulls down and you bounce the B. You want to pull down the B but not the D. The D starts like a C and goes up and down. So the directionality and how you teach it is going to be number one, essential. Two, let me get my eraser here for, whoops, went too much, that's all right. Two, if we can switch to cursive, if you have an older kid who's struggling with their B and D, let's switch them to cursive, because the B starts like an L completely differently. And the D starts like, again, like a C. It's hard to do with my mouse, so please forgive me for that. So that those are two different ways. Now in reading, I've also heard of people making this little bed. However, that didn't help my daughter. One thing that has been pointing out to me recently that I really appreciate, I'm going to skip us way back to something we looked at earlier, and then I'll take your I see your hand raised, Joe, is remember when we were talking about the consonant sounds? Where were those? That was quite a while. Here we go. And notice, I want you all to get ready to make a B sound. Look at what my mouth is doing. Look at everybody you can see their video. My mouth is making a line, aren't I? The doesn't start with a line. My mouth is making a line with the B. So when you are making that letter B, you start with a line, just like you have a line on your mouth when you're making the letter B. I haven't yet tried it with kids, but that was something I learned recently. Go ahead, Joe.
That was exactly what I was gonna say. You talk about the line with the B and a D, you're open. And so then you just go through letters and say, how does it start against that directionality left to right? What's first? I've also done, you do your bacon before your donut, your bacon and then your donut, or your broccoli before your, the donut, whatever. But
broccoli before dessert.
Yeah, before your dessert. The thing is that I like about the line and the open is that they can do it without letting go of their pencil and without stopping their thinking. When they do this one, which is also works for some kids, but you have to stop everything you're doing to get your hands up. And then by the time they figure out it's B or D, they forget what they're working on.
Well, and it's also crucial with directionality. When my daughter's reading something, let's see if there's anything here with a B or a D on it. Or if she's writing it and she's saying, okay, which way do I go? And I say, well, she's trying to think of if the B and the D, which she still will sometimes struggle with. And I said, well, where do you start it? Is it start up here? That's a B. And if it starts down here, that's the D. But then she has to remember which side of the word she starts on.
Right. That's where you put a marker on the top left of your desk, right? Mm-hmm. And that's always the top or the left. So
that we start on this side. Give him something to remind them, put a little sticky or something so that we go this way. In fact, that's one thing when we were teaching at Slingerland, we would start with our paper, and some of our kids, who I'm trying to make my little lines here, we would make our little person with, this was the headline, the belt line, here's his belt, and here's his foot line, and he has his little nose going this way. And he might even have a tail for those letters like the J or something that comes down here, down to the tail line. But it's for some of our kids who needed that, that is what we would help them with, that directionality. We're going to go this way. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Yeah, so I have a kiddo that struggles pretty good with this. So when I teach the B, D, P, and Q, so I've read a couple different things, but do I only teach one till it's mastered, or do I teach two together, or is there a sequence that goes with B, D, P, and Q that helps them, learn it? Because those four right there are so tricky.
So depending on your kids and their needs, it does help to separate them and I would be careful with how you're defining mastery, because for me, mastery is, can you use it? So, not any percentage, but is it usable? Is it something I can put it to per use? And that's,
so when he's spelling, he is like right there, right? He's thinking about it. He knows, he's wondering, which one am I using? Which one am I using? And I've made visuals for him. We talk about it. But if he if he had which one it was, he'd be getting 100% on his spelling test, his assessments. But because he's confused when he does it, but he sits and thinks about it, then he's not. So I'm just trying to figure out how can I help him get that down. He's a fourth grader, and I, really want to, because he's right there, I can get the other letters, but I can't seem to get that through.
So you said, Kimberly, he can do it when he slows down?
No, he thinks about it. He has to think
Yeah,
about it
that's okay,
every
when
time.
when he has to slow down, I think. So you need to build the automaticity with it. And so you're going to give him a lot of words where he's doing just one of them and building that automaticity. Then you're going to give him a lot of words with the other one and build the automaticity. Then you can give him mix of them. So, but you really, really want him to doing a lot of writing with it to build his automaticity with it, so that he just doesn't have to slow down and think.
Okay. Okay.
Unless it sounds like you have another tip, and Kelly Jo, and then go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I think sometimes we don't see them. Okay, let's see. So to get to mastery, you have to have so many practices that I think it's almost impossible for some of us teachers to get that many practice recalls in. So if you're only seeing him, even 4 days a week sometimes isn't enough. Like, they have to recall that fact, that skill, like 10 times a day, and so, like, it's silly, but homework for parents could literally be like, here's a fly swatter, which one's B, which one's D, slap it, like, because you need to have that practice so often. I think if you're in like a session that's only like 2 or 3 times a week, you're never going to get enough practice to build up to the automaticity that he needs, because it sounds like there's a real retention problem, or struggle. I don't know if it's a problem, but it's a struggle for sure.
Well, and that's why I moved to this slide when we're talking about how much practice. David Kilpatrick says that if you know your sound symbol correspondences, you can learn a new word within 1 to 4 exposures. But look at how much it takes to get your visual phonological paired learning, your letter of sound association, that connection that you're talking about, Kimberly. It's that sound symbol connection, that form and the letter and all this, dozens or even hundreds. He's going to need a lot of extra practice. Kelly Jo, you had something to contribute.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I know everybody has kind of their little way to remember B's and D's. I just never did Q alone. I did Q with U. So that kind of eliminated one of them. But both of my kids really got a kick out of it when we did B has a belly and D has a diaper. And so we just drew a picture of B with this big belly and then D with this big butt in the back. And it was like funny enough to them, in a picture form that they were able to remember it. And then they said it every single time out loud. Where they were spelling something, B has a belly, D has a diaper. And every single one, and I think my son probably just stopped doing that this last year, which was 5th grade, and my daughter probably still does it, just doesn't say it out loud, does it in her head. So,
I use the word derriere.
Yeah.
I like that. I was thinking though, when you were saying it today, for some reason, when I was just going, I like how you said it matters the way the letter is written. And it matters like to focus on your mouth and to think about when he's saying the word, like bed, like what he's doing with his mouth when he says "buh." And so I think that I thought that was a good aha thing for me today. I thought that was a good learning thing. Those 2 things, but I like your guys' strategy. So I will use some of that and see. But I just was really confused if, because I don't want to do it wrong, that I don't teach, I just want to make sure that I'm teaching the right scope and sequence to learning B, D, P, and Q. I don't want to confuse him by, doing practices that have all 4 or 2 or 1, because if there's a technique other than,
I would think, practice one, get it where he's comfortable with it, and you get lots of practice with one, lots of practice with the other. I mean, there's always going to be, particularly you said the 4th grader, you're going to have backsliding, you're going to have forward and backward movement, and you're going to have times when you're going to think, oh, I introduced this too soon. Let's go back and do some. And you know what? That's okay. They're okay with that. And And you think about particularly kids with learning disabilities. It was Rick Lavoie who once said that if you think about 3 different clocks set at different speeds and at different times, eventually they're going to all be at the same. And that's when the clocks are aligned for some of these kids, and then you're going to have some forward movement, and then it's going to get off again. So performance inconsistency is really, really common for our kids with dyslexia, our kids with learning disabilities. So as long as they are patient and not get down on themselves,
Right.
that's one of the things that's really, really crucial. I'm going to take us to a handout in our ADA compliant handouts from when I worked with Kate Franken, who we presented at IDA together. And this is one of the things that I want to these were all her words here. She was a dyslexic tutor for over 20 years. And she said, do the best you can. Maybe the best you can do today frustrates you because you did better yesterday. Learning isn't a linear path. And helping them recognize, be kind to ourselves and give ourselves and each other grace. And maybe, yeah, you did do better yesterday. That's okay. You'll do better tomorrow. That we're going to keep working on it and it's going to sink in. But we're not going to give up. And I think that's the crucial piece as well. So that's another handout I would recommend looking at on that. Yes, thank you on that. Okay. So a couple other pieces. One thing to keep in mind, I was going to skip this, but I'm totally not going to on that, is just some more suggestions on some and ideas on here. I'm going to put in some of the things on the chat box. Elkonin boxes are great for this. Looking at sound symbol mapping. How many sounds are there? Now let's write those sounds. One of the things I really like for this is there's the alphabet arc, literacy, how their letter maps. There's a video of this in use. One of the things I want to point out with this though is a tool that you could use if you're doing electronically back in our structured literacy resources. I absolutely love the letter and sound block tiles from Really Great Reading. You can go to mouse input and I can start with the sounds. Okay, stop it. Stay down. And what are the sounds in, for example, slip? S, l, e, p. Okay, I've got 4 sounds in slip. Now, what are the letters that represent those? S, l, e, and p. Now, my kids with dyslexia, I might say, okay, we're not going to do it in this order. I want you to identify what's the vowel sound first, and we're going to get the I. Then we're going to put it back in after we go in order. So helping with that sound symbol mapping. I think this is a great tool to get that extra practice. Also, UFly has a lot of great resources. So that's, you'll see this phoneme grapheme manipulative, where they can practice. And Melissa, you mentioned lots and lots of opportunities to practice. This one you can help them. Let's practice make bat, and now change it to where's the all right, now clear that off, and now I want you to make bit, or change the a to I, and make those changes. You can put any of these in here. When I say this one's even better, this one is a blending board. This one you can choose what you want to put in the beginning, middle, or end. And these are all free. I love it. So when you choose those, you go to this and select, do you want to include some digraphs? Do you want to include some blends? 3-letter blend, 2-letter blends, 3-letter blends, some of your silent letters. You can choose whatever vowels here in the middle, and then you can choose some endings and even some suffixes here, this S or ES. And your E for E-influence or E-control, magic E, whatever you want to call that. So once you've selected those, you can watch what you'll do. Let's start with fat and change it to fit, and change it to bit, and change it to bot, and change it to hot, and change it to hats, and change it to ham, etc. Now look, you notice we're building that on the left-hand side, so we're building those. Again, lots and lots of opportunities to not be exposed, but experience it and work with it and do something with it. So that's a key piece as well. Okay. Now, one thing I do want to add about, is letter names. Letter naming is really, really crucial and important. However, it's also going to be really tricky. So Notice the positives at the top. It helps predict later reading achievement. It's a springboard for remembering and our letter-sound relationships. And as I mentioned earlier, it's that only stable property of letters. However, be really, really careful. Some letter names bear very little relationship to the sound they represent. Because we are already almost at 3, I'm going to, it looks like I have some scope and sequences here for you. Beginning phonics order that I'll put in the chat box. But nonetheless, I'm just going to bring these up rather than us doing them together, and we'll just talk about what we see. Think about, take a look at these. B, B, D, D, J, J, K, K, P, P, K, and Q, T, T, V, V, Z, Z. Notice you hear the sound at in the beginning of the letter's name. These ones, it comes later. F, it starts with an E. L, it starts with an E. M, N, R, starts with an A. And S and X, they all start with an E or except for the R. And then, of course, we have these ones, which are really, really hard. And then order of complexity of syllables, we'll address later. I don't have it on the slide anymore. But I want you to just think about how that makes it difficult for our kids when how you've got your kids who might write things based on what their knowledge of the letter names are. Louisa Motes has a fun example. Let me make sure my drawing thing is, what is this word? Who knows? Is this? Whoops, that's supposed to be a K. And N, HKN. Kelly, do you remember doing this before? You know the word? Anyone? If your kid writes HKN, what are they writing? Looks like we've lost Erin. Oh, she's stuck. She'll come back. Who's got it? The key is to beginning reading. Thank you. I'll have to fix that during break or next. That's chicken. Because when you say the letter name H, there's a ch. Okay. Chicken, H. There we go. Chicken. Or you have your kids who write, I've got, I think, some more examples here. Oh, no, I don't on this one. If you think about who write yell, yeah, there's the Y. Oh, the W, yell. Might be in this one, but then again, in the W, you have a D at the beginning of it. It can be really confusing, and for our kids, because D in the beginning of W, the H and the Y, the W in the beginning of Y. So hence you'll have them writing something that begins with a W instead of yeah. For watch would be watch. There you go, because you've got that Y for the W sound, Y, and the H for the ch sound. So hence we need to be careful because it can be very tricky for some of our kids. Okay. How do we teach these? The syllable complexity. This is simply as we and we're not going to spend a lot of time here, but to think about here, I gave you an example of helping our kids notice when things get harder. And this is, again, Melissa, you talked about how blending is harder with the more complex blends. This is helping us recognize that it is more simple to have only one vowel. It gets more, then we have a little bit harder with the consonant before that vowel. And me, and then a vowel consonant like ice or it. Now, it looks like you might say, wait, isn't that a VCE? No, I mean, it is a VCE, but think about the sounds. Ice, it's a vowel sound, it's a consonant sound. So this is when you're working with your kids, you want to help build their abilities, start with easier, work toward more complex. And notice how so many of these, until we get to, we have a mixture of vowels, short and long vowels, but what we're looking at the complexity is how much of a blending we're asking our kids to do. Now, there are programs, you notice when we were looking at this tool here, and I said we could choose some blends. I want to be careful here Yes, you want your kids to eventually get here, but on the way here, please don't make my kids just memorize a bunch of blends. That's a waste of our time. This is great practice of them, but to get to where they can practice them, let's just teach them to blend, please. Instead of wasting their time looking at SC says ksk and sk and sl and sm, teach them that S represents and it blends to the C to make sk, like in scan, sk, and so just teach blending rather than teaching all these blends. Okay, I think we've talked about all of these, so I'm going to jump into the yellows. Let's see what I have on this one. Movements involved in writing. We've talked about this a lot. Haven't I always said teaching reading through writing? Here's a quote that I found recently that I think is really useful on that. Handwriting serves to link visual processing with motor experience, facilitating subsequent letter recognition skills. Things we've been talking about all along. One thing though, I often use too is keywords to help our kids figure out which sound. But I want us to give a quick little practice when we say consistency is key and clarity is key. So let me go here and pull this up. And I want us to take a look at this example of keywords and think, which ones would we not use? Is that big enough? See if I can make it bigger for you. Can you everybody see that okay? Okay, I'm seeing some nods. Thank you. All right, so there are 5 of these that we definitely wouldn't use. I've heard some people say some others that, yeah, they're probably not so great either. I'll put it in the chat box for you. But let's take a quick look together. Which ones would you definitely not use and why? Melissa, why don't you like elephant?
Yeah, because there's an L next, so it gets kind of liquidy with the L.
Well, it's also because you have the letter L at the beginning, the letter name. I don't think it's one of the top 5 bad ones, if I remember correctly. And it's also, I mean, look at my Slenderland card, cake. It does the same thing. You hear the letter name K in the beginning of the word cake. They use cup now, but those are old. I definitely, Kelly or Gina or someone who has talked about giraffe. Why not giraffe? And you're right, it is one of those top 5s. Why?
Yeah, J is the soft sound of G. We want to teach them G first, probably.
Again, the commonality. Danielle is saying whale because that WH. Exactly, agree. Xylophone, yeah, well, I think that's a given. We've already talked about that X a lot, huh? That yes, X does make the Z sound, but pretty rarely. Let's start with fox or box first. Melissa's got that ice cream. Let's not start with the long one. So we have one more. And it's interesting because this one, I get why people use it. I've seen it a lot. Yeah, teddy bear, I don't like so much either because you've got the 2 words and but there's a bigger don't do in here. Melissa's got it. Snake, because it's harder to pull off the S sound from that sn. And when I say I get it, look, he even kind of looks like an S, doesn't he? Backwards, unfortunately. But you can make a snake look like an S. But it's also trickier to pull if you want it clear. What's the clear sound? How about sun instead, or sit or sat? I mean, something where you're hearing the sound clearly before a vowel sound. And here we go on that. So I definitely agree with the concern about elephant, but there are some that are more egregious on those. So clear. And when I say consistent, I went into a classroom once where the ones on the wall were different from the ones on the handpack. I think of most poor kids. The more consistent, the better for helping make sure our kids really get it. They unlock the sounds. Okay, how do we help them decode them? For our monomorphemic single syllable words, we want to make sure we're underlining those vowel sounds and any letter combinations if it's useful. So depending on the age of the kids. I know some people who would cross off the silent letters, or if you have the double letters, they would put them together, or your digraphs or trigraphs. but your vowel sounds really, let's identify that first. So read those vowel sounds first, then go sound by sound and blend it together. The opposite, spelling. Oops, sorry, that's a simultaneous order spelling. Here we go on the steps. The same thing. I'm going to say the word. You have the students looking and listening. They repeat it and segment it if necessary. And for students with dyslexia, let's identify that vowel sound first. And then we're going to name the letters at the same time as we're writing them down, either in cursive or in printing. And we check to make sure we've spelled that. So we're reading it to check it, decoding it if we need to. I have some more practice here. Oh, for you. But we're almost at 3 o'clock, so we're going to skip that practice. We'll come back. Okay, yellows. Yellows mean we need to slow down and think. And I mentioned earlier some keywords for yellow cards. I have the yellow cards here to show you. And this is where I'm going to be practicing. You know more than one way of spelling that sound. So, for example, I don't want to do that one yet. That was harder. We'll get to the harder ones. Remember, we always start with the easier ones? Yeah, we'll start with this one. We talked about that a lot. Okay. Kelly Jo, how do you make the J sound?
J with a J.
Okay. How else do you make J at the end of a word right after a short vowel?
J with a G-E.
At the end of a word right after a short vowel?
D-G-E.
There you go. That's okay. You got there. But you were right that G-E is another way to make J, isn't it?
Yes.
What are the other two ways to make J?
Good
G
question.
followed by an E, G followed by a, remember the G-E, G-I, and one more? G-E, G-I, G-Y. Remember those all say J. So notice how I'm going to be releasing them. If I haven't taught you these yet, and if I've only taught you that J represents J, I don't need to use a yellow card. You have to slow down and think about that. Okay, let me give you another one. Since you're my guinea pig, I hope you don't mind.
Thanks.
Oh, that's a harder one. I'll do this one's easier. Okay, you know 2 ways to make this. Nope, that's not this. The Z sound, don't you?
Yes.
What's the most common way to make the Z sound?
Z.
S. S, a lot more common. At the end of a word, then you've got your Z. How about 2 different ways of making the I only have 2 on here. The sh sound.
The what sound?
Sh. What's the most common?
C-H.
Not stop it, but spread it. Shh.
Oh,
Ship.
S-H.
There you go. Ship and fish. Can you think of another way of making sh, like in charade?
C-H.
The French way of making the sh, or machine, that would be another one. Now, I said there only have 2 on there. I'm astonished on that. My other one has a lot more. I can do that then also with my long A's. A consonant, E, A-I, A-Y. Maybe that's all I've taught you. Maybe I've also taught you E-I-G-H, like in sleigh, or E-A, like in great. E-I, like I don't remember these ones. E-Y, like in they. And when I say I don't remember, I looked here. I used to write them in pencil on the inside so I wouldn't have to remember to help me with the keywords. So these yellow cards for my auditory drills, so I'm helping support my students. I had to make them slow down and think there's more than one way to spell this sound. So we have them doing these auditory drills. We have them write the sound. We decode to discriminate. And we're going to give you some practice in a little bit, but remember that spelling reflects meaning. Okay. SC for, oh yeah, that's, yep, yes, Rebecca, I love the silent letter one. I will show you where you get the, remember they had in our ADA compliant handouts, we had the keywords for yellow cards. And so that's where when I said, okay, I don't remember, oh, vein, EI is like vein, yes. And we had, I was showing you that SH, the sh card, here it is, I have ship and chaparral, but I could also add in on some places I have a TI, SI, and CI. TI like in vacation, CI like in magician, SI like in mission. Melissa, I find it difficult to guide students in which spelling they might use after they've used 2 or 3 words to spell. This is where meaning comes in. This is where we have to think about the different meanings. So when I said earlier, like the word heal, The EA connected to health. The EE connected to feet. You can't, it doesn't always work like with C, it could be the EA or the EE. You have to remember, that's where you connect to meaning as much as possible. That the SEA is the ocean and SEE is your eyes. Go ahead, Melissa.
Yeah, I don't find that very easy. The examples you give make it sound easy, but a kid's trying to write bite and they're like, well, okay, I know like this spelling for eye and this spelling for eye. And if you give them, you know, like I can't just pull like, oh, what are the words that are related to bite, you know, to get them to so it just doesn't come naturally or off the top of my head to pull all these other words that are related in that moment, depending on.
It is not easy. Trust me, Melissa.
Your presentation makes it look easy.
And it takes time, and this is where we help them recognize, you're right, it could be one of those, but in this case it's going to be this, and you try to help reduce the number. And there's some of them that we can give them some easy strategies. For example, let's see if I have digraphs and trigraphs. I don't here. When we talk about syllables we will, but let me take a look here and give you some tips. So for example, look at this AI and AY. And do the same thing when we have the OI. Where's our OIs? Our OI and OY. And here's a trick you can help your kids with. The I goes in the middle, at the beginning or middle. We don't end a word in an I, even if it's a part of a combination like this. If you're going to end and have a combination at the end, it's going to be a Y. The I and Y are interchangeable. And that's kind of earth-shattering for some kids when you think about it. Was earth-shattering for me to think about I and Y being interchangeable. Let me take you a little further with this. What's the I doing here? What sound is it making? Go ahead, Alyssa. You're like, I'm
I
not
had an unrelated question.
That I is making a yes sound here, isn't it? Million, onion. The I and Y are interchangeable. If it's at the end, it's going to be a Y. If it's going to be in the middle, it's an I. So hence you could look for some places where you can help with those, Melissa, and help them recognize. That's also why they're in an order of commonality. Start with the A consonant E, like, okay, when you have make or made. I made my bed, it's a past of make. I can make some connections there, A consonant E. I am a maid because I'm coming in to clean. I'm not going to spell it ADE because I've already used that one. So what's another one I can use? It's going to be the AI. Go ahead, Alyssa.
I just had a question about the recommendation to write out a word multiple ways.
Whoops, I meant to lower your hand, not mute you. Go ahead, try and unmute again, please. You're muted.
I'm sorry. Okay,
No,
so
no,
one strategy.
My problem. Start again, please.
I was going to ask about the strategy of teaching kids when they come to a word and they need to make a spelling choice, and there's multiple ways to spell a sound. One strategy I've seen is to have the kids write out multiple ways and then pick the one that looks right, and that seems really challenging for some kids. I also
how do you know what looks right?
That's what I'm wondering. So do you just go based on, so when I'm teaching a group, I like to tell them the spelling choice before they write it, especially before they get that like hand to brain connection going, so that it's solidified, they have the right spelling as they're going to write it. But if I'm not there as a scaffold and help them guide their choice with their spelling choices, is it just based on like starting at the beginning with the most frequently used spelling pattern and then going
I
from
can see
there,
commonality, but I agree with you about giving it to them. But also, I would ask them which one do you think it is,
right
before they write it. So, but if you're not there as a scaffold, that's where we want to teach them some dictionary skills, because especially if it's a vowel sound, if it's not the initial sounds, okay, that's and dictionary skills I know are tricky. That's very, very, very tricky. And this is also where when you saw me doing the vowel discrimination earlier. Okay, in your word made, what's your vowel sound? A. Now, how might you make that? It could be an A consonant E, it could be an AI, it could be an AY. So you're right, but in the word made, it can't be an AY. Let's eliminate that one. So made could be an A consonant E, or it could be an AI. It really can't be any of the others. Those are the ones it can be. So now when your kids are not sure, I mean, we try to teach them the logic behind it as much as possible. I will be honest, Alyssa, I didn't even think about that connection between make and made until I said it just now, a few minutes ago. So we try to teach them anything we can to give them that strategy when we are not there. And in the meantime, we also say, you know what, regardless of which one you choose, people will be able to read it. That's the first step. You're getting a phonetic spelling. Fantastic. Then after you've got that phonetically, you can get your point across. Now we'll work on the correct spelling, what we call is orthographic, the orthographic having meaning to do with correct. And that's when let's work together and work on building some strategies and knowledge to make sure it's right. I hope that helps.
Yeah, it's so tricky.
It is. This is a lot of work. Melissa, did you want to add something to that as well?
That was it. You nailed it. Because I would have a kid say, well, I can spell safe. You have it here with the super E, but I can spell it SAIF because it's in the middle. You told me if it's in the middle, it's an AI, and so they might know the first four, but yeah, it's just so discouraging when they think they know and they go for it and then they're wrong, and so I always try to affirm, like you said, like, yes, you picked one of the ways that could be spelled. Fantastic. And I love that I could also add, like you said, I would be able to read that. You did communicate what you wanted to communicate, even if the spelling isn't correct.
And where the reason why, and I think my daughter's fought me before, like, why does it have to be correct? Well, because yes, I can read it, but it is easier for people to read it if it's correct. So, and we always want to make things easier for those who are reading what we're writing. I'm going to just quickly look at our decoding to discriminate is, and this is, I think, in our Jamboard, but we're going to do some all group things in interest of time. I will put you in breakouts to do some practicing and let's take a look at what's in our Jamboard first to see what opportunities for you to practice as well. We talked about that and that. Oh, we talked about a lot of these already. Okay, good. This is one we were just about to talk about. So your breakouts will be just kind of process the together. So when I say decode to discriminate is, let me get my red pencil here. When I would decode with my kids, we always used red because we identified the vowels first. Well, that's a little thin. Let me get the other one. Okay, so notice how I'm underlining my vowels, but all of these are EA. Well, in this case, remember I said set for variability. The EA could be the long E, like in seat. It could be an like in sweat, like in head and bread. And it could be an A, like in great. But I want us to take a look at which one's the most common. So break with an A, heal with an E, death, sheaf. And again, this one, if they don't know the word, then trying all three is not going to help. They're going to say it could be sheaf, it could be shafe, it could be chef. You're right. And you know what? Chef is a word but it's not spelled that way. Because remember that CH making a sh is French. This is an SH. This is a piece of paper. And so we might have to do some vocabulary instruction along the way. The where, oh, that's good. That's that weird air, that's a long A. Tread, leaf, E, so you can see. And again, we teach them that this is the most common, the E. That's the first one to start with. Then this is the is the next, and the A is pretty rare. I should make a different symbol for that, but you get an idea. Tear, we've got that air on that. The air is weird and hard. And then we've got the same thing here, the or the oo, and the ow or the o. And I don't have a symbol for that, but the ow and the o, maybe you focus on the O versus the ow on this to help them recognize it could be one or the other, and you have to play with it. Is the word book or book? It's a book. You know what that is. If you've never heard the word, then we have to do some vocabulary building through this process too. Okay, thoughts or feelings. Here's the video, yellow cards in case I didn't have them. And you can see just revealing what you know. And the other cards are the flashcards that you can do with individual letters. The same thing with the vowel teams. Where's my vowel consonant? And I want to bring them all. Here you go. So you can be practicing the vowel consonant E, the vowel R's, the vowel teams, or vowel digraphs, if you want to call them, to make sure that we're giving them the ways that we can help support them. Making sure, again, keywords to help unlock the sounds, and looking at some practice time. So I've been giving you, we've been playing a lot with these yellows, and I did not give you practice time for the greens. So I'm going to give you two different things to look at here. One is spelling lists from Spellphabet, and another is Nessie phonics cards. And I'm going to give you some options right now. So you can either look at the spelling list, you can look at the Nessie phonics cards, or you can look at the Fry words that we looked at. I'm going to bring us back to it's here. And think about which ones of these are green or yellow, and how would you teach and how would you help your kids with those? So let me go back to our practice time. Here we go. Kimberly, help me with this. The difference between chef and SHEF a word?
Well, like, let's say, for example, so I have this packet and they'll have like a word, the real word, and then they'll have a word they can sound out, which sounds like the real word, right? And then they have to pick the difference. How do you explain to them what the real word is? I mean, because they both say the same word, and sometimes I get confused on like how I'm supposed to help them understand, like we just, went through the EA, okay, and it's a lot of different ways it could be said. How do you explain to them, like, what it is?
So it took me a moment. At first, I really don't like that example because that's just awful. But the poor thing.
It is awful. Sorry.
Let me though. I realized how to do this. Oops. I had it helps if I can spell it correctly too. Okay, it took me a moment, but I got there. So this is where I'm going to say to my kids, okay, the most common pronunciation of CH is what? It's ch. And the most common pronunciation of SH is sh. But let's pronounce, I had it. Let me get it back there. Give me a second. Okay. Your word is chef. Did you, now, question, Kimberly, do you give this to them orally when they do this so they know what they're looking for?
Visually. And they have a picture that goes with it.
Okay. So they have like a picture of a cook.
Yeah.
A chef. Okay.
Yeah. And
okay.
then
so they know that so they have the idea that they're looking for chef.
Yes.
Okay. In this case, yes, they both make the sh sound. However, so the CH is the French. I had in my mind a clearer way to put this a moment ago. I'm trying to put it into words. CH is French and SH is Old English. And if I look at those two, and I help my kids pick the right one. If you put an L in it in the shelf, the second one, it would be shelf, and it would be correct. And that's an old word. Versus the sh. I mean, that's just not as common. And I don't like it, Kimberly.
I get okay. I like that. I like that you said that. Just, it's a great. I mean, teaching them that for example, all the ways A, long E, all the different patterns, right? Like IR, air, all the different patterns. AI. I mean, all the different patterns that make it say its name. and then they have a picture, and then they write the words, and then and on another page, they have to pick between the two and then write that word, the correct word. But sometimes, and I didn't use it very often, but sometimes when I was doing it, I was like, how am I supposed to explain the difference when they sound the same?
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, this is a case where, again, it goes back to commonality. If we go back to our sound symbol correspondence lists, our keywords for yellow cards, you'll notice that where is that one? This one is that the sh can be, where's our sh? That sh always makes sh, and the ch also makes sh, but not as common. And it's definitely like machine or ship or I mean, ship, a chef. It's just not as common. And so, you know, what you're looking here in your example of chef,
you could probably come up with a better one, but like Pal and Pal, right? Pale and Pail. So they got to pick the right Pal, but they don't know, you know, they have a picture and they read the word, but they're just not familiar. So does that, going back to just a visual with a vocabulary, is that what I'm supposed to kind of be teaching with that? Like, it only has one picture, but then, you know, I should.
This comes from lots of, so remember I said multiple exposures. This would be a case where I show them, I mean, how often do people actually use pail anymore as something you carry water in? I mean, the most often you're going to talk about, you look pale, and you're going to talk about the PALE. And why we're asking them to, giving them a bucket and telling them it's a pail is silly. You know? But again, it comes down to meaning. And when you say, how do you know which one? It's simply that we have to be making that connection. Remember that triangle.
So that's not really that's not really good to be doing with the kids.
Oh no, I would not at all.
Okay, that I appreciate. So
I would work on words that are familiar to them. Okay. Words that they practice. You know, like you look a little pale. Let's work on that. And if someone says, "Oh, Jack and Jill went up the hill and they went and they fetched and they had a pail of water," you're right. You know what? That doesn't have the same meaning. So we're going to have to spell it differently. How do you think we might do that? Because we're used to PALE. You're looking a little pale, and now I've got this bucket of water. And I'm not going to spell it the same because it has a different meaning. So let's think of another A, like A-O that we could do. And not, instead of the A consonant E, we're going to do AI.
Okay.
So start with practicing the ones that they're going to need the most, and then introduce the other homonyms as you can and as you need to. I mean, homonyms are huge. I have,
it's okay.
Okay. Remember the pronunciation guide we gave you? She has this book on her word study resources.
Yeah.
And in this, she has pages and pages of homonyms. Here is a section, spell what you mean and mean what you spell. And, you know, things like berry and berry, which, you know, who thinks about B-E-R-R-Y and B-U-R-Y, but it's true. To berry, I mean, those are homonyms, and pages and pages. And it is not easy. And this is types of things where you have to help your kids learn meaning. The reason why I say this is not easy, Melissa, you said, and make it sound easy. This is going to take a lot more work, because remember our triangle earlier when we had the orthography on the top, the phonology on the bottom, and when we're just looking at letters and what sounds they make, all we're worrying about is the phonology and the orthography, those individual letters. But here for homonyms, we have to bring in that yellow. That's the piece to understand the difference, because you're learning that PAIL is a bucket and PALE is an adjective. And it does take a lot more work, but it's going to create more memory in your head for those because you've done that extra work.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. We've done a lot of talking. You need to have some processing time. Although because it's getting closer to 3, I'm going to give you a little bit more time, and I'm going to give you a little bit more stuff to do. We're going to talk about the red flag words as well. So let me clear all that off. And we've talked about green, we're talked about yellow. let's look at what are we going to do about teaching red? This is really, again, that same process of sound and symbol. And we're going to make sure that we are doing this interactive back and forth between letters and sounds. And we're going to make sure that we are teaching our kids those patterns. So we're grouping them when we can. So think about your wild words, wild, mild, child. Group those because it's not an ild, it's an ild. The OUGHs, the TWs, let's group them so that we can help our kids see these common sounds from these spellings. I have a friend who had, my friend Kate, who did the Franken. She has a long things about the OUGH that I'll find and put in the chat box for you. That's very entertaining, but it's grouping those and recognizing the multiple sounds of OUGH. Okay, again, historic semantic connections, as you talked about, Melissa, the language of origin, to help them see those. The more tricks we can help to look at what's irregular, and also pronunciation. Astonishingly, my daughter never has a problem with the word that many people do, this one, because she pronounces it family. Most people don't pronounce it that way. I pronounce it family. Then hence the kids struggle and they miss the I in that. And frankly, Kimberly, if you hadn't given me as much information as you did on your words pale and pale, I was struggling with my New York ear. And I was not hearing A, I was hearing more of an S sound. So how we pronounce things does affect how we would spell them. Where I was in Northern New York for 4 years, they would add things like a T to cousin and make it cousint. I thought, oh, those poor kids spelling things like cousint and tendant, because there was a T sound at the end that isn't really there. So how we pronounce things. So let's look at
a good one is bag and bag. So forever I said, I need a bag. Somebody get me a bag, right? But it's really bag. And when I was doing my interning, the kids are like, bag, what's a bag? And I was like, oh, that's my dialect, right? That's something I've grown up saying from where, I came from. Nobody ever corrected me, but that is something that I pay really close attention to now.
Here's one my daughter struggles with growing up here in Washington. She always says sense. And I'm like, no, it's since. It's an I. She doesn't like it. She doesn't care. I'm like, if you want to spell it correctly, let's pronounce it correctly. But I mean, look at the I in friend. I mean, it sounds like for end, you don't hear that I. But that's, again, if you think about the difference between fiend and it used to be fry end. I mean, if you look at historically, sometimes you can help that, but let's look at the part that is irregular and focused on that, and to be emphasizing that sound symbol connection and that approach. Okay, now I'm going to give you into breakout rooms to practice, because you've got quite a bit to look at. Auditory visual cards. Think about your fry words. I've given you a lot of stuff in the chat box. So I'm going to give you a moment to get as much as you can out of the chat box, so that you can go into breakout rooms and talk about them. And I'll make our breakout rooms. I think we might have lost some people. I'm not sure. And then when we get back, we will revisit the RAN together and talk about those. We'll have a whole group closing, but I want you to have some time to really play with this stuff. So let me make the breakout rooms for us. Whoops, I did click the wrong button. Here we go. Okay, so we were just talking about the OU. No problem. We were talking about the OU and the U. How I appreciate what Jonah, what you said. If kids are allowed to just write it with the letter U, that's at least one, they've got it phonetic. That's a great start. But two, now let's get it right. And that would be the YOU, which is the convention that most people are accustomed to. And if it's yellow, if it's new to them, if they're young, I would probably teach it as a red flag word, because it does seem a bit weird. But if they're more used to and thinking about the other oo sounds, like the OO and the EW, like he flew, and now we've got the OU like in soup and U, and not very many others. In fact, I would go to One Look and see how many others there are. You remember the onelook.com, and we can just type in an asterisk on either side of the OU, and again, sort by commonness and common words. Oh, we've got some interesting, the tour that that's trough, round with the owl. We've got a lot of owls, but not a lot of oohs. So it'd be interesting to, we can't search it by sound, but we could search by length. And this is, it's interesting seeing the different oohs and the owls and the oaths. Which that's not, I want to go by commonness as well. So thanks for starting us off with that. Jonah, and who else wants to talk about this list? We can start here, or you can jump us on to someplace else before we close on. Erin said you guys had a good conversation in her group. Hopefully everyone did.
This is the list where I thought there were 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13 decodable words.
And
So-
has your opinion changed? Which ones do you think are weird and you would want some struggle with? So I'll start circling these together as we think. I'm guessing that with you would do is decodable. And
Decodables, yep, it.
definitely and that. Depends. Have you taught the OR yet? In 4. I mean, I'm gonna go with
Yeah,
kind of yellowish for
that's too
is.
tricky.
Whoops.
Is in.
I didn't mean to do it. So did you doing is as green or yellow?
Oh, I guess it would be yellow, wouldn't it? Is, because we would probably, like, if I didn't know, I would say is.
Mm-hmm.
But then in would be green.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with you on that one.
Wait a minute, I'm way off on the 13.
His would be another kind of yellow, wouldn't it? Let's see, which I don't know which yellow is easier for you all to read. The orangey yellow or the regular yellow. Now they's a good question. Is they yellow or red? Depends on the age. Should I do orange?
Quick question on so today is the first day I've ever heard of yellow, green, and red cards, and we've kind of discussed it in our group and decided that green is decodable, completely decodable, easy. Well, I wouldn't say easy, but decodable. Yellow is there's one slight variation, and red is there are multiple. Is that kind of
yeah.
baseline? Okay.
I also, depending on the age of the group, I would say yellow is when you've learned more than one way of that sound. Red is we haven't gotten that to that yet.
Okay.
But
Gotcha.
for example, I know it's something you're going to be occurring often, so we're going to teach it as a red word. Whereas later on, though, when you learn more about this, maybe you're going to say, you know what, that's not really red. It's yellow or orange, because I recognize the it's very common. You know, when we can even look at what are the green parts of it. Is a green part. Ah is a green part here. The t is a green part. What are the, whoops, I somehow have that twice, sorry. You know, what are the green parts to them? Versus is it complete, like was is a real word. I would just do red was, especially for my younger kids, red. But for, you're gonna, once you learn the OR saying or, becomes very, I mean, it depends on what you've taught. So hence these are not a black and white or sorry, green or yellow. It depends on whether or not you've taught them the OR making the or sound. So it depends on what you've taught. And the same thing with the A and the I. I mean, once you teach them that long sound, that makes complete sense. If you haven't taught it yet, it's going to be red. So it depends on what you've taught. So that's it's a subjective. It really is. And so, Kimberly, does that help answer your question with A and I? I mean, people get confused because it's not, they teach the A represents right? And I think that's why people say A is a heart word, because it's the long sound. Same thing with I, it's not I. But that depends on if you teach it as this represents this sound and it only represents this sound, versus there are many variations. I'm going to get out the A card. There it is. Because when my son was, as I mentioned, he has autism. Thank you, Kelly Jo. Loved having you here. my son, when he was getting ready to go to kindergarten, he said, Mom, A says, And I said, well, yes, you're right. Because A does say, like an about and around and asleep and banana and Alicia. There are a lot of times when A says, but your teacher's going to want you to say A says, like an apple and bat, because that's the most common. But so A represents and A and you can see these different multiple things. Exactly, Melissa. What have they learned so far? Exactly. The diagnostic assessments that I shared earlier is crucial for that. Okay, I know it's 3:30. I just wanted to see if there's anything from this anybody wanted to talk about or anything else while I clear it off. Anything else that came from your discussion that you want to share out? And I have a couple more slides as we close up.
We did talk about one of the links was from Australia, so you want to pay attention to any differences in sounds from the Australian English.
Definitely pronunciations. I think it was a great resource, but except for that part. Great tool for learning. Thank you, Jonah. One thing that I was also thinking for those of you who were looking at those, Jonah, was it your words, the pale and pale? No, it was Kimberly. While you were in your breakout rooms, I was taking a look at all these homonyms, and I was thinking about one, addressing them as you need them, because a lot of them are words I don't even know, or I don't use all that often. And maybe thinking about having your kids make a dictionary of them as they learn them. So for example, they write the word pale and P-A-L-E, and then it's an adjective meaning without color or light colored. And then they look at P-A-I-L and it's like a bucket, and whether it be they have a drawing of it or some words that describe it. And so as they learn their different homonyms, they add to their dictionary rather than learning all of these, which is really overwhelming. I mean, for example, pain and pain. Are you in pain? P-A-I-N, and a window pane. Again, how often do you use that one? Start with the ones they know, and then build on the ones that they need to know, which is always what we're talking about in a structured way, aren't we? Okay. I recognize it's after 3:30, and I said I wouldn't keep you much longer than this. So what I'm going to do is summarize how this is one example of how you can put this into a whole big picture of structuring in a lesson. This I can't give you as a handout, but I do have a handout of what I found online from UFly. Let me really look. Where did I get it here? Is it this one? See, I've got too much open. I did open it. Pronunciation chart. Oh, see, this is. I opened it while you were in breakouts, and now I've got to find it because I opened up too many things. Oh, I might just open it up again. Let me just do that. UFly has some fantastic resources, and is it under this one? Yes. This lesson planning and implementation support. I love this. I shared this with someone in a district who called me for some support recently. Let me make it a little bigger. Because remember I said she was saying, oh, I'm spending 30 minutes on phonemic awareness. No. Look here, step 1, 2 minutes. Let's do a visual drill where you remember these. Now, one thing I would say, I wish this had a lot more writing in it. But nonetheless, it's a good, helpful look at how quickly to go through some of these drills. So practice this new concept. Let's practice the review. Let's do word work. There you're using the word your, that OU having a weird part with it. There's that heart part. So I'm going to put this in the chat box for you as a resource to explore when we're thinking about those additional lesson plans. Thank you, Marcus. I am so thrilled that you can utilize. So this is, again, how you can make sure you're structuring all of it. This is Melissa, best learned from Anna Gillingham. So when you say, a lesson similar to OG, so we're learning and practicing our letters. We're doing auditory side. We're doing visual side. The auditory is where I'm giving you the prompt first. The visual is where I'm giving you, the auditory prompt is I'm giving you an auditory prompt versus a visual prompt. And you can see we go through from doing cards to writing individual words, adding affixes and dictation with that goal of independent writing, whereas on the underside, the goal is independent reading. And because it's late and I know that people have had a long day, rather than watch this together, I mean, actually, I'm going to watch just a little bit of it, but I will put it in the chat box for you as well. And when I say we'll watch just a little bit, because I want to show you what she does with her yellow cards and just kind of let you see it in action with kids. So I'm going to pause that Chartwell as well. We call on you with your eyes, and you can tell she's still building some of those routines because you want to be able to go through this quickly. That's the whole point of calling on your kids with your eyes instead of with your mouth, and reducing your teacher talk. Notice how she's using her gestures a lot. Sound, eyes, but she's using her gesture more than her words as much as possible. I already talked about this one a bit earlier, so I can skip past that, but really, it's funny, I should have put this with her earlier, but it's just a reminder for us of our kids need different amounts of support and needs. So if you haven't seen this before, I do encourage you to look more into Nancy Young's resources. I'll put this into the chat box. She's the one who I said has goes good kid-friendly language for nosers and the different kinds of sounds that we make. But I like how this helps us remember that some of our kids learn to read and write really easily. Some of them need intensive instruction. So as our last thing, I just want us to think about our RAN. We'll go take a look at it. And I want you to think about any posts that you put on that I think you know. Take a moment to write a learning, something you have learned. I'll take a look at any wondering posts, and then we're going to kind of share out any trends or thoughts that you see. So I'll give you 2 minutes to look at that, and then we'll have our last discussion together. So I'm going to bring up the RAN myself on our Jamboard for us to be looking at those. So feel free to take your own and move it and add to frame 5 something new that you've learned, and if you have any wonderings left. I hope that we've addressed number 1 well. The best way to teach students. Teaching reading through writing. Write it, say it, hear it, read it, and see it. So I'll give you a moment with some of these.
I'm trying to
Need
add
the
to
link again?
this, but oh no, I got it. Sorry.
I'll put it in just
Wait,
in case
maybe
you're not the only one.
Okay. Thank you. I probably have it open somewhere, but yep, I do.
I should hope that this has been confirmed. We might not have everyone here still, so we can move these together. Let's see if there are any misconceptions. I'm curious, is the person who wrote this here, teach letters like a hare, not a tortoise? I'd love to learn more about what that person means. The person here? Sounds like not. So I would say a yes and. Because I want to slow down to get it right and then speed up to develop the automaticity. So sometimes you need both. So maybe I'll have it straddle both the misconceptions on the oh, did you write that, whoever moved it? I'd love to hear more about what you mean by obvious and what you mean by middle level.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
It's Rebecca. I work a lot with the middle schoolers, and sometimes, I forget that just because they're middle school aged and middle school level does not necessarily mean that they can decode every word. And sometimes I just forget that, well, you should know this. Like I think to myself, well, you should know this. You should know this. How come you don't know this? And that's just not fair. And I feel like that is a misconception that maybe a lot of other educators have as well. Maybe it's just me.
no, I think it's easy for us to say, you should know this.
Yeah.
And because, and we all do this. I mean, I went out to work with a group of special ed teachers, and I went with the lens of what I learned in my program, and was astonished as to what they didn't know because they didn't learn it in their program. They didn't go through my program. And
Right.
so, and again, our kids will often have holes, and we all do.
Yeah.
And so I think that I wish we had a test at the end of elementary school, because if you look at the middle school level and their standards, we assume that the kids already know the foundational skills, but nowhere, because they stop. Our foundational skills aren't addressed past 5th grade, but nowhere do we test to make sure that they have those foundational skills. And we just move them on and hope that they do. So thank you for. Yeah, I
Sure.
received confirmed. Yes. Yes, yes. Thank you for everyone. And let's see if there's anything else that's been added to my wonders. How I will possibly learn, little by little, if I might add, whoever put this, little by little, it comes, we keep working on it, we keep addressing it, and I'm always still learning more. And that's what I want to inspire in my kids, is to recognize, I don't expect you to know all this tomorrow, but I expect you to keep trying and keep learning. And that's what I hope, is that we never give up, and that we keep trying and supporting each other. Awesome. Love to see all the new learnings. I do have a thank you slide for you all, and I'll make sure that our resources are in there again for you in case you haven't gotten them before. Thank you, Joe, and to all of you, Gina, Kimberly, Lena, and if Brooke is still there with you as well, and Danielle and Aaron and Melissa. I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording, but I appreciate all of the time we've had together. And